Welcome, weary traveller, to a tale of ancient magic and extraordinary destiny that unfolds within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Tonight, we follow the remarkable journey of a fifth-year student whose arrival at the castle would forever change the wizarding world. As you settle into your comfortable rest, let these words carry you through Scottish Highlands, shrouded in mystery, where dragons soar through storm-laden skies, and secrets older than memory stir beneath ancient stones. Close your eyes and drift into this chronicle of courage and discovery, where every spell cast echoes with the weight of destiny, and every choice shapes the very fabric of magical existence. The autumn wind whispered through the Scottish Highlands on that fateful September evening, carrying with it the scent of approaching storms and the promise of changes that would ripple through the wizarding world like stones cast into still water. High above the rolling hills and misty lochs, a carriage moved through the darkening sky with the steady rhythm of wings that belonged to creatures invisible to most eyes, pulled by thestrals whose skeletal forms remained hidden from those who had never witnessed death's cold embrace. Within the carriage's warm confines, three figures sat in companionable conversation, their voices mixing with the gentle creaking of well-worn leather and the soft whisper of wind through the vehicle's magical protections. Professor Eleazar Fig, a man whose lined face spoke of years spent in scholarly pursuit of magical mysteries, sat with the relaxed posture of someone completely at ease with flight, his weathered hands folded over a leather satchel that seemed to pulse with barely contained energy. His eyes, sharp behind wire-rimmed spectacles, held the particular brightness of someone who had dedicated his life to unraveling the universe's deepest secrets. Across from him sat George Osric, a ministry official whose nervous energy contrasted sharply with Fig's scholarly calm. His hands moved restlessly over the fabric of his traveling robes, fingers drumming against his knee in patterns that suggested anxiety rather than mere impatience. There was something about his manner that spoke of a man carrying burdens he wasn't entirely comfortable bearing, knowledge that weighed heavily on his conscience despite his official obligations. The third passenger was the reason for this journey, though few who looked upon them would have guessed the extraordinary destiny that awaited. Here was a student beginning their fifth year at Hogwarts, already an unusual circumstance in a world where magical education typically began at 11. Their face held the particular mixture of excitement and apprehension that marked all students approaching their first term, but there was something deeper in their expression, a gravity that suggested they understood, perhaps better than most, that some journeys changed those who undertook them in ways that could never be undone. The conversation that filled the carriage was ostensibly casual, touching upon the approaching term and the subjects that would fill the coming months of study. Professor Fig spoke with the enthusiasm of someone genuinely passionate about his work, describing the intricacies of magical theory with the kind of detailed attention that made complex concepts seem both fascinating and approachable. His voice carried the particular cadence of born teachers, those who could find wonder in the smallest details and communicate that wonder to others through sheer force of enthusiasm. But beneath the surface pleasantries, currents of tension flowed like underground rivers. George Osric's contributions to the conversation were punctuated by glances toward the leather satchel that Fig guarded so carefully, and there was something in his expression that suggested he knew more about their cargo than casual conversation would reveal. The object within that satchel was no ordinary magical artifact, though its true nature remained hidden beneath layers of protective charms and scholarly discretion. As their carriage moved through the evening sky, other signs of trouble became visible to those who knew how to read the landscape below. Smoke rose from villages that should have been peaceful at this hour, and the particular quality of that smoke spoke of magical fires rather than ordinary hearths. The goblin rebellion that had been whispered about in ministry corridors was no longer merely rumor but active conflict. its effects spreading across the wizarding settlements of Scotland, like ink bleeding through parchment. Professor Fig's expression grew more serious as he observed these signs, understanding better than his companions the implications of what they were witnessing. The Goblin Rebellion led by Ranrock was not merely another instance of magical creature unrest, but something far more dangerous, a coordinated uprising that suggested planning and resources that exceeded anything seen in recent memory. The timing of this journey, bringing a new student to Hogwarts just as such troubles were escalating, carried significance that went far beyond educational scheduling. George Osric finally broke the comfortable rhythm of their conversation with words that would prove prophetic in ways none of them could imagine. He spoke of Professor Fig's late wife, Miriam, and the research she had been conducting before her untimely death. The reverence in his voice when he mentioned her name was unmistakable, speaking of someone whose work had been both brilliant and tragically cut short by circumstances that remained unclear, even to those closest to the investigation. The object he produced from his robes was unremarkable in appearance, a piece of goblin-wrought metal that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. But the moment it was revealed, everything changed in ways that would have been impossible for anyone but the student to perceive. Where others saw only cunningly crafted metalwork, they saw something else entirely, a glow that seemed to emanate from within the metal itself, ancient magic made visible to eyes that could perceive what others could not. This ability to see traces of ancient magic was rare beyond measure, appearing perhaps once in a generation among wizards whose magical sensitivity exceeded normal parameters. It was not merely a gift but a responsibility, marking its possessors as individuals who would inevitably become involved in mysteries that most of the wizarding world preferred to leave undisturbed. The implications of possessing such sight were vast and largely unknown, even to scholars who had spent lifetimes studying the deepest magical mysteries. When the student's hands made contact with the mysterious object, the metal responded with mechanisms that had remained dormant for centuries. Panels slid aside with the whispered sound of ancient engineering, revealing a key whose design spoke of goblin craftsmanship elevated to the level of high art. The key itself seemed to pulse with the same inner light that had marked the container, ancient magic flowing through its structure like blood through veins. But even as this remarkable discovery unfolded within the carriage's protected confines, danger approached from the storm-darkened sky above. The dragon that burst through the evening clouds was no wild creature, driven by simple hunger or territorial instinct. Its massive form bore the unmistakable signs of goblin armor, metal plates that had been crafted specifically to enhance and direct the beast's natural magical abilities. This was a weapon of war disguised as a creature of nature, sent with deliberate intent to intercept their journey. The attack came with the sudden violence of lightning striking clear sky, massive jaws, enhanced by goblin metalwork that could bite through magical protections as easily as parchment, closed around the carriage's midsection with crushing force. The sound of splintering wood and failing charms filled the air as the vehicle's carefully maintained structural integrity collapsed under assault that had been specifically designed to overcome such defenses. George Osric's scream was cut short as the dragon's enhanced bite completed its deadly work, his form disappearing into the creature's maw with tragic finality. His death was instantaneous but witnessed, and in that moment of terrible clarity, the student's magical perception underwent a fundamental change. Where before the Thestrals pulling their carriage had been invisible, perceived only as mysterious forces creating movement through empty air, now their skeletal forms became clearly visible, wings beating with steady rhythm, despite the chaos erupting around them. The sight of death, witnessed directly and without buffer, opened pathways in magical perception that could never be closed. This was one of the deeper mysteries of magical existence, the way that profound experiences could permanently alter a wizard's relationship with the fundamental forces that shaped their world. The Thestrals, visible now in all their unsettling majesty, were merely the most obvious manifestation of changes that would continue to unfold in ways both subtle and profound. Professor Fig's reaction to the crisis was immediate and decisive, his scholarly demeanor replaced by the focused intensity of someone whose survival instincts had been honed through decades of dangerous research. He grabbed both the precious key and his surviving companion, his movements guided by protective instincts that overrode any consideration of personal safety. The carriage was lost, George Osric was dead, but the mission could still continue if they could reach safety before the dragon returned for another attack. The key, still warm from its magical awakening, proved to be more than simply an unlocking device. As Professor Fig's fingers closed around its surface, the familiar sensation of portkey magic began to build, ancient transportation spells, activating with the particular twist in reality that marked magical travel. This was not random magical transport, but specific and directed movement. The key programmed centuries ago to carry its bearer to a predetermined destination that its creators had deemed safe. The portkey's activation was accompanied by the characteristic hook behind the navel sensation that marked all magical transportation, reality blurring around them as ancient spells carried them away from the dragon's continued assault. But even as they disappeared from the immediate danger, both survivors understood that this was merely the beginning of trials that would test every aspect of their magical knowledge and personal courage. They materialized on solid ground with the abrupt finality typical of portkey travel, the Scottish Highlands spreading around them in autumn splendor that would have been beautiful under other circumstances. But the immediate aftermath of their narrow escape left little room for appreciation of natural beauty. The key had brought them to coordinates that had been selected centuries ago by individuals whose purposes remained mysterious, though the location's significance would soon become apparent. The ruins that rose from the highland landscape before them spoke of ancient magical construction, stones fitted together with precision that exceeded anything achieved through mundane engineering. These were not merely old buildings, but structures that had been designed to channel and contain magical forces of enormous power, their weathered surfaces still bearing traces of enchantments that had been woven into their very substance during the dawn of wizarding civilization. Professor Fig's recognition of their location was immediate and profound, his scholarly excitement overriding the trauma of their recent escape as he began to understand the significance of where the key had brought them. These ruins had appeared in his late wife's research notes, marked as a location of particular importance to the mysteries she had been investigating before her death. The convergence of their current crisis with Miriam's work was too significant to be mere coincidence. As they approached the ancient structures, the students' enhanced perception revealed details that remained invisible to Professor Fig's normal magical sight. Ancient magic flowed through the stones like water through carefully designed channels, patterns of power that had been established so long ago that their original purpose had been lost to historical record. But the magic remained active, waiting for someone with the proper sensitivity to recognize its presence and understand its significance. The portal that opened in response to their approach was unlike anything in standard magical education, a doorway that seemed to exist partially outside normal space and time. The sensation of stepping through it was profoundly disorienting, reality shifting around them in ways that challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of magical travel. This was not mere transportation, but movement between spaces that existed according to different physical laws. They emerged into the marble halls of Gringotts Wizarding Bank, but not the public areas familiar to ordinary customers. This was a section of the goblin-controlled institution that remained hidden from casual visitors, where the most sensitive and dangerous magical artifacts were stored under security measures that went far beyond conventional ward work. The very air seemed to thrum with protective enchantments, layers upon layers of magical defenses that had been refined over centuries of goblin craftsmanship. The goblins who awaited them moved with the particular purposefulness that marked their species when engaged in matters of genuine importance. These were not the customer service representatives who handled routine banking transactions, but specialists whose expertise lay in the management of magical artifacts too dangerous for ordinary storage. Their recognition of the key was immediate and complete, understanding flowing between them in rapid exchanges of their native language that left their human visitors feeling excluded from crucial information. Vault 12 proved to be unlike any storage facility in the ordinary sections of Gringotts, a chamber that existed partially outside normal magical space to accommodate contents that would have been impossible to contain through conventional means. The journey to reach it took them through passages that seemed to extend far beyond the physical limitations of the bank's known architecture, moving through spaces that had been expanded and modified through goblin magic of extraordinary sophistication. The obstacles they encountered along the way were not merely security measures but tests, challenges that had been designed to evaluate the worthiness of anyone seeking access to the vault's contents. Each trap and puzzle required not just magical skill but understanding of ancient magical principles that existed at the very foundations of wizarding knowledge. These were examinations that would have challenged master wizards at the height of their abilities. The chamber they finally reached was dominated by a pensieve of extraordinary construction, its basin carved from stone that seemed to absorb and reflect magical energy in patterns that shifted with the viewer's perspective. But this was not merely a device for viewing memories, but something far more sophisticated, a magical instrument that could preserve not just images and sounds, but the complete emotional and sensory experience of crucial moments in wizarding history. The memory contained within the pensieve revealed figures of legendary significance, wizards whose names were recorded in the most ancient magical texts, but whose actual appearances had been lost to historical record. Percival Rackham and Charles Rookwood stood in the very chamber where their present-day descendants now watched, their voices carrying across centuries with clarity that made their presence feel immediate and real. Their conversation revealed the existence of a group calling themselves the Keepers, individuals who had dedicated themselves to protecting magical knowledge too dangerous for general access. The trials they discussed were not mere academic exercises, but genuine tests of character and ability designed to identify individuals worthy of inheriting responsibilities that could shape the very future of wizarding civilization. The implications of what they were witnessing began to settle over both viewers like weight that could not be shifted or ignored. This was not random discovery, but the beginning of a journey that had been planned centuries in advance, a path that would lead through challenges that would test every aspect of their magical and personal development. The ancient magic that the student could perceive was not merely an unusual gift, but a key to mysteries that others had died attempting to unlock. As they prepared to leave the vault, their emergence was met by a presence that transformed their scholarly expedition into immediate mortal danger. Ranrock, the leader of the Goblin Rebellion, waited with the patience of someone who had anticipated exactly this moment. His massive form radiated the particular menace that marked those who had dedicated themselves completely to causes that justified any action, no matter how violent or destructive. The goblin who had guided them through the bank's hidden passages died with brutal efficiency. Ranrock's demonstration that cooperation with wizards would be met with immediate and final punishment. His words carried the weight of absolute conviction. the certainty of someone who viewed all magical conflict through the lens of species warfare rather than individual choice. This was not mere criminal activity, but ideological warfare conducted with methods that acknowledged no moral constraints. The battle that erupted in the ancient chamber was unlike anything in standard magical education. Violence that drew upon combat techniques refined through centuries of goblin military tradition. Ranrock fought with weapons and tactics that had been specifically designed to overcome wizard defenses, his every movement speaking of someone who had studied his enemy's weaknesses with scholarly thoroughness. But even as the confrontation reached its peak, forces beyond any individual combatant's control intervened with the massive presence of animated guardians. The giant knight that emerged from magical concealment was a relic of the chamber's original defenses, awakened by the combination of ancient magic and immediate threat that had not occurred since the vault's creation. Its intervention was not calculated assistance, but programmed response to specific magical stimuli. The student's use of ancient magic to reveal an escape route was instinctive rather than planned, abilities responding to desperate necessity in ways that bypassed conscious magical training. The portal that opened led not to safety, but to continued danger, depositing them in the forbidden forest where the grounds of Hogwarts began, but where protection remained uncertain. Their arrival on Hogwarts grounds marked not the end of their trials, but transition to mysteries that would prove even more complex than those they had already encountered. The ancient magic that flowed through both the school and its newest student was about to begin revealing secrets that had remained hidden since the castle's founding. Knowledge that would transform not just individual lives, but the very nature of magical education itself. The forest around them whispered with the voices of creatures both magical and mundane. A living ecosystem that had been shaped by centuries of proximity to one of the most magically significant locations in the wizarding world. But beneath the familiar sounds of woodland life, other currents moved. The stirrings of ancient powers that had been awakened by events that were only beginning to unfold. As they made their way through the darkening forest toward the lights of Hogwarts Castle, both travelers carried with them the weight of discovery and the burden of responsibility that such discovery inevitably brought. The journey that had begun with a simple trip to school had become something far more significant. The first steps on a path that would lead through mysteries older than recorded history, and dangers that would test every aspect of their courage and wisdom. The ancient stones of Hogwarts Castle rose from the Scottish landscape like a monument to magical civilization itself, their weathered surfaces bearing the accumulated enchantments of 1,000 years of wizarding education. As Professor Fig and his extraordinary companion approached the castle's main entrance, the weight of recent revelations seemed to settle around them like a cloak that could never be removed. The dragon's attack, George Osric's tragic death, and the mysteries revealed in Gringotts Vault 12 had transformed what should have been a routine journey into something far more significant than either traveler could have anticipated. The great hall blazed with the warm light of floating candles, their flames dancing in perfect synchronization above 4 long tables where students sat in the comfortable chaos of the start-of-term feast. The enchanted ceiling reflected the clearing evening sky, stars beginning to emerge as the last traces of storm clouds dissipated into the Highland night. But beneath the familiar pageantry of Hogwarts tradition, currents of tension flowed like underground rivers, visible only to those who understood how to read the subtle signs of institutional stress. Headmaster Phineas Nigellus Black presided over the festivities with the particular combination of arrogance and disinterest that had made him legendary for all the wrong reasons. His lean face wore an expression of barely concealed boredom as he observed the assembled students, occasionally making cutting remarks that revealed his fundamental disdain for the educational process he was supposed to oversee. Here was a man who had achieved his position through political maneuvering rather than educational excellence. and his lack of genuine commitment to student welfare was evident to anyone who spent more than a few minutes in his presence. The headmaster's introduction of the evening's events carried the perfunctory tone of someone fulfilling obligations without enthusiasm or genuine interest. His words about the importance of magical education rang hollow when delivered by someone who clearly viewed teaching as beneath his dignity, and his cursory acknowledgement of the new fifth-year student suggested that he considered late admissions to be administrative inconveniences rather than opportunities for educational enrichment. Professor Matilda Weasley presented a stark contrast to her superior's indifference. Her warm demeanour and genuine concern for student welfare immediately apparent to anyone who observed her interactions with the assembled young witches and wizards. As deputy headmistress, she had taken upon herself the responsibilities that Headmaster Black preferred to ignore, ensuring that the actual business of education continued despite the leadership vacuum at the school's highest level. Her introduction to the new student carried the warmth of someone who understood that every individual who walked through Hogwarts doors deserved careful attention and support. The Sorting Hat's ancient voice filled the Great Hall as it began its traditional assessment of the new student's character and potential. But this was no ordinary sorting ceremony, as the Hat's deliberations seemed to extend far longer than usual. Its ancient consciousness, wrestling with magical signatures and personality traits that didn't fit easily into established categories. The silence that settled over the assembled students carried a quality of anticipation that suggested everyone understood they were witnessing something unprecedented. When the Hat finally announced its decision, the chosen house erupted in celebration. But even in the midst of festive welcome, perceptive observers might have noticed the subtle glances exchanged between faculty members. This was a student whose arrival had been anticipated by some, and whose presence would undoubtedly complicate the carefully maintained balance of house rivalries and academic expectations. The ancient magic that flowed through their being was invisible to most, but its effects would soon become apparent in ways that would challenge every assumption about magical education. The first classes of the new term began with the familiar rhythm of academic routine, but even within the structured environment of formal magical education, signs of the students' extraordinary nature began to manifest. Defense against the dark arts, taught in the castle's most fortified classroom, became the setting for demonstrations of magical ability that exceeded anything typically seen from students of any year level. The practical exercises that should have challenged fifth-year students seemed almost elementary to someone whose recent experiences had included combat with dragons and goblin warriors. Sebastian Sallow emerged as both ally and potential concern during these early academic encounters. His brilliant magical abilities matched by an intensity that suggested deeper currents of ambition and frustration. His immediate recognition of the new student's exceptional talents was coupled with a competitive drive that spoke of someone who had grown accustomed to being the most accomplished wizard in any given situation. The friendship that began to develop between them carried undertones of mutual respect and barely concealed rivalry that would prove significant in the trials ahead. The dueling demonstrations that became a regular feature of defense classes revealed tactical thinking and combat instincts that went far beyond anything that could be learned from textbooks or theoretical instruction. Where other students relied on memorized spell sequences and conventional defensive strategies, the new arrival demonstrated an intuitive understanding of magical combat that seemed to draw upon experiences that formal education could never provide. Their movements carried the fluid precision of someone who had learned that hesitation in battle was often fatal, while their spell selection showed creativity and adaptability that impressed even veteran professors. Leander Pruitt's attempts to establish social hierarchies through displays of magical superiority were quietly but decisively neutralized by demonstrations that left no doubt about the relative abilities involved. But these victories were achieved without cruelty or humiliation, suggesting a maturity of character that went far beyond simple magical talent. Here was someone who understood that true strength lay not in dominating others, but in protecting those who needed protection, a philosophy that would prove crucial in the challenges that lay ahead. The Charms classroom, with its emphasis on precision and control rather than raw magical power, provided different insights into the new students' capabilities. Professor Flitwick's delighted observations about wand technique and spell modification revealed someone whose understanding of magical theory had been shaped by practical necessity rather than academic study. The improvisation and adaptation that had become second nature during life or death encounters translated into classroom performance that seemed to bypass years of traditional instruction. Natsai Onai's introduction brought international perspective to the insular world of British magical education, her experiences at Ouagadougou providing insights into magical traditions that existed far beyond the European wizarding community. Her stories of African magical practices, with their emphasis on wandless magic and integration with natural forces, opened new avenues of magical understanding that complemented the ancient magic sensitivity that made the new students so unique. The friendship that developed between them was built on mutual recognition of experiences that set them apart from their more conventional classmates. The cultural exchange that occurred during their conversations revealed the limitations of traditional British magical education, with its emphasis on wand-based spellcasting and rigid categorical thinking about magical phenomena. Natsai's descriptions of magic as integrated with natural rhythms and seasonal cycles provided context for understanding how ancient magic might function according to principles that contemporary wizarding education had largely forgotten or abandoned. Her mother's appointment to the divination position at Hogwarts brought additional complexity to their relationship as family obligations and academic independence began to create tensions that would only intensify as the school year progressed. The weight of parental expectation, combined with her own determination to forge an individual path, created internal conflicts that would significantly influence her choices in the dangerous situations that lay ahead. The trip to Hogsmeade should have been a routine excursion to acquire school supplies and experience the pleasant atmosphere of the all-wizarding village. The familiar shops and cobblestone streets represented the comfortable predictability of magical commerce, where students could browse for sweets and books while enjoying the freedom of unsupervised exploration. But even this simple pleasure was tainted by signs of the larger conflicts that were beginning to affect every aspect of wizarding society. Ollivander's wand shop, that ancient repository of wand lore and magical craftsmanship, provided the setting for one of the most significant moments in any young wizard's education. The process of wand selection was far more complex than most customers realized, involving subtle interactions between magical cores, wood types, and individual magical signatures that created unique partnerships between wizard and instrument. But in this case, the selection process revealed additional complexities that spoke to the extraordinary nature of the students' magical abilities. The wand that chose them carried magical properties that went beyond conventional categorization. Its core and wood combination suggesting compatibility with forms of magic that existed at the very edges of contemporary understanding. The wandmaker's observations about the unusual resonance patterns and magical conductivity hinted at capabilities that would prove crucial in the battles ahead, though the full significance of these characteristics would only become apparent through practical application under extreme circumstances. But even as this crucial magical partnership was being established, signs of immediate danger began to manifest throughout the village. The appearance of trolls in Hogsmeade was unprecedented, as these creatures typically avoided areas with significant wizard populations, understanding instinctively that such encounters rarely ended well for them. But these were not ordinary trolls driven by simple hunger or territorial disputes. The goblin armor that encased their massive forms spoke of coordination and planning that transformed individual creatures into weapons of war. The battle that erupted in Hogsmeade's main street was the new students' first experience of combat magic under truly desperate circumstances. The theoretical knowledge acquired in defense against the dark arts classes proved inadequate for the reality of facing multiple opponents whose size and strength were enhanced by goblin metalworking that could turn aside conventional, stunning spells. The tactical thinking required to survive such encounters went far beyond anything covered in standard curriculum, demanding improvisation and risk assessment that could only be learned through direct experience. The ancient magic that manifested during the height of combat was unlike anything described in contemporary magical texts. Raw power that seemed to bypass normal spellcasting protocols entirely. The energy that flowed through the student's being in response to mortal danger carried signatures that suggested connection to magical forces that predated modern wizarding civilization. This was not learned magic, but inherited capability, abilities that had been dormant until circumstances created the necessity for their emergence. The aftermath of the troll attack revealed the presence of additional players in the unfolding drama, as Officer Ruth Singer of the Ministry's Magical Law Enforcement arrived to assess the situation and interview witnesses. Her professional competence was immediately apparent, but so too was her growing concern about patterns of magical creature disturbance that suggested coordination rather than random violence. The questions she asked revealed investigative thinking that was beginning to connect seemingly unrelated incidents into a larger picture of organized threat. Her observation about the makings of an auror was delivered with the casual authority of someone whose career had been built on recognizing exceptional talent when it appeared. But beneath the compliment lay deeper implications about the paths that extraordinary abilities could lead to. Careers that demanded sacrifice and dedication that went far beyond normal professional expectations. The recognition carried both opportunity and warning, acknowledgement of potential futures that would require difficult choices about personal safety and moral compromise. The conversation overheard between Ranrock and Victor Rookwood as they departed Hogsmeade provided crucial intelligence about the scope and organization of the threats facing the wizarding community. Ranrock's dismissive attitude toward his human allies revealed strategic thinking that viewed cooperation as temporary convenience rather than genuine partnership, while Rookwood's desperate eagerness to prove his value suggested someone whose position within the conspiracy was less secure than he pretended. The specific mention of the child in their discussion left no doubt about the target of their immediate attention, transforming what might have been random criminal activity into personal threat that would require constant vigilance and careful planning to survive. This was not merely academic conflict, but life or death struggle against opponents whose resources and determination exceeded anything typically encountered in educational settings. Serona Ryan's intervention at the Three Broomsticks demonstrated the kind of community solidarity that had always characterized the wizarding world's response to external threats. Her willingness to protect an unknown student against potentially dangerous criminals spoke to moral courage that went beyond simple business considerations, while her calm authority in diffusing the immediate crisis revealed someone whose experience included situations far more dangerous than routine tavern management. The goblin Lodgok's presence in her establishment added additional layers of complexity to an already complicated situation. His obvious separation from Ranrock's rebellion suggested divisions within goblin society that might be exploited by those seeking to prevent widespread conflict. But his nervous demeanor also indicated someone operating under enormous pressure from multiple directions. The trust that Sirona placed in him spoke to relationships that transcended species boundaries, connections built on personal character rather than political affiliation. Victor Rookwood's entrance with Theophilus Harlow revealed the human face of the conspiracy. Wizards whose willingness to collaborate with goblin rebels spoke to motivations that went beyond simple criminal opportunism. Their casual arrogance in threatening students suggested individuals who viewed themselves as above both law and moral restraint, while their immediate departure, when faced with community resistance, indicated tactical thinking that prioritized strategic objectives over immediate confrontation. The protective response of the three broomsticks patrons revealed the kind of community solidarity that represented the wizarding world at its best. Ordinary witches and wizards willing to stand against obvious threats to protect those who could not protect themselves. This spontaneous courage would prove to be one of the most powerful weapons in the fight against organized evil, demonstrating that tyranny could only succeed when good people chose to remain passive in the face of obvious wrong. Professor Fig's analysis of the goblin armor, discovered on both the trolls and the dragon, provided crucial insights into the scope and sophistication of the rebellion they were facing. The integration of goblin metalworking with magical creature enhancement represented technological advancement that went far beyond anything seen in previous conflicts, suggesting research and development capabilities that posed threats to established magical law enforcement techniques. The map that Fig had discovered in his late wife's research proved to be far more than simple geographical documentation, its enchanted properties revealing magical signatures that remained invisible to normal perception, but blazed with significance to those who possessed the ability to see ancient magic. The patterns revealed on its surface suggested a comprehensive understanding of Hogwarts' magical infrastructure that went far beyond anything documented in official architectural records. Headmaster Black's summons came at the worst possible moment, removing Professor Fig from active investigation just as crucial discoveries were being made. But his departure also created opportunities for independent exploration that formal supervision might have prevented, allowing the investigation to proceed along paths that academic caution would have discouraged. The trust that Fig placed in his students' judgment spoke to recognition of capabilities that went far beyond normal fifth-year competence. Sebastian Sallow's eagerness to assist with unauthorized exploration revealed both admirable courage and concerning disregard for institutional authority, characteristics that would prove both valuable and dangerous in the challenges ahead. His intimate knowledge of Hogwarts' hidden passages and secret areas spoke to years of exploration that had prepared him well for investigations that required circumventing official oversight. But his willingness to break rules also suggested a flexibility regarding regulations that might lead to more serious transgressions. The encounter with Peeves the Poltergeist demonstrated the unpredictable nature of Hogwarts' non-human inhabitants, beings whose motivations and loyalties remained mysterious even to those who had spent years studying the castle's complex magical ecosystem. Sebastian's decision to pursue the mischievous spirit, rather than continue with their planned investigation, showed both impulsiveness and dedication to protecting his companion from potential interference, qualities that would define their relationship throughout the dangerous events ahead. The passage revealed by Fig's map led through areas of the castle that had been sealed for decades, chambers where dust lay thick and magical energies had settled into patterns of dormancy that spoke of long abandonment. But these were not merely forgotten rooms, but spaces that had been deliberately concealed, their entrances hidden by magic that required specific knowledge and abilities to circumvent. The effort required to breach these protections spoke to their importance and the value of whatever secrets they contained. The chamber they finally reached was dominated by a pensieve of obvious antiquity, its construction predating contemporary magical technology by centuries. But this was not merely an ancient artifact, but an active magical device, its contents preserved by enchantments that had maintained their integrity across spans of time that would have degraded lesser magic. The book that accompanied it carried the particular weight of grimoires that contained knowledge too dangerous for casual study. The memory contained within the pensieve revealed the same figures they had encountered in Gringotts Vault 12, but in a different context that provided additional insights into their characters and motivations. The keepers were not merely guardians of abstract knowledge, but individuals whose personal experiences had led them to understand the dangers that unrestricted magical research could create. Their dedication to protecting the wizarding world from its own curiosity carried the weight of hard-won wisdom about the consequences of magical ambition unchecked by moral restraint. The specific mention of Isidora Morganach introduced a figure whose story would prove central to understanding the ancient magic that flowed through both Hogwarts and its newest student. Her childhood experience of witnessing magical intervention in natural disasters had shaped her understanding of magic's potential in ways that would eventually lead to tragedy, demonstrating how even the noblest intentions could be corrupted by power that exceeded the wisdom needed to control it. The discovery of missing pages from the crucial text provided both frustration and new direction for their investigation, evidence that others had walked this path before them and removed information that might have simplified their current challenges. But the theft also suggested that the knowledge they sought remained accessible through other means, requiring different approaches and perhaps greater risks than straightforward research would have demanded. Professor Fig's reaction to the incomplete grimoire revealed the depth of his commitment to understanding the mysteries that had claimed his wife's life, his scholarly excitement tempered by growing awareness of the personal dangers involved in pursuing such dangerous knowledge. His decision to continue the investigation despite obvious risks spoke to dedication that went beyond academic curiosity, personal motivation that would sustain him through challenges that purely professional interests could never have overcome. The return to normal academic routine felt increasingly surreal, as the weight of hidden knowledge and lurking dangers created internal conflicts between the comfortable predictability of classroom education and the urgent reality of mystical investigation. The professors who taught standard curriculum seemed oblivious to the extraordinary circumstances that surrounded their newest student, treating them as just another late admission rather than someone whose presence would soon reshape the very nature of magical education at Hogwarts. The evening hours, when other students gathered in common rooms for socializing and homework, became opportunities for private study and careful planning that would prove crucial in the trials ahead. The balance between maintaining normal student relationships and pursuing investigations that could endanger anyone who became too closely involved required careful judgment and constant vigilance against both external threats and internal temptations to share burdens that were too dangerous for others to bear. The castle itself seemed to whisper with secrets during these quiet hours, ancient stones holding memories of centuries of magical education, and the countless students who had walked these halls in pursuit of knowledge and understanding. But beneath the familiar comfort of academic tradition, other currents flowed, stirrings of power that suggested the peaceful routine of school life was merely surface calm, over depths that contained forces beyond contemporary comprehension. The sense of destiny that had begun during the dragon attack and crystallized during the discoveries in Gringotts Vault 12 continued to grow stronger with each passing day. The understanding that this was not merely academic education, but preparation for challenges that would test every aspect of magical ability and personal character. The ancient magic that flowed through both castle and student was beginning to resonate in ways that would soon demand choices about power, responsibility, and the prices that both demanded from those who would wield them wisely. As autumn deepened and the Scottish Highlands settled into the beautiful melancholy of approaching winter, The stage was set for revelations that would transform not just individual understanding, but the very nature of magical education itself. The mysteries that had begun with Miriam Figg's research and continued through dragon attacks and goblin conspiracies were about to unfold in ways that would challenge every assumption about the boundaries between past and present, between academic study and mortal danger, between the comfortable safety of school and the harsh realities of a magical world where ancient powers stirred in response to extraordinary circumstances. The autumn weeks that followed the dramatic events in Hogsmeade settled into a rhythm that felt deceptively normal, as if the comfortable routines of academic life could somehow shield the castle's inhabitants from the larger conflicts that were beginning to reshape the wizarding world beyond its ancient walls. But beneath the familiar patterns of classes and meals, study sessions and social gatherings, currents of mystery and danger continued to flow like underground rivers. Their presence felt most keenly by those whose enhanced perception allowed them to see what others could not. Sebastian Sallow's partnership in the investigation had evolved beyond simple friendship into something approaching professional collaboration. His intimate knowledge of Hogwarts' hidden passages and forgotten chambers proving invaluable as they pursued the secrets that Professor Figg's map continued to reveal. His enthusiasm for rule-breaking had initially seemed like mere adolescent rebellion, but as the scope of their discoveries became apparent, it was clear that his willingness to venture into forbidden territory was motivated by genuine understanding of the stakes involved rather than simple desire for excitement. The evening they chose to follow the map's guidance more thoroughly was one of those perfect October nights when the Scottish Highlands seemed to exist in a state of suspended beauty. The last warm days of autumn, creating an atmosphere of nostalgic peace that made the urgency of their mission feel almost surreal. The castle's corridors were filled with the comfortable sounds of student life, conversations and laughter echoing from common rooms where their classmates pursued the normal concerns of academic existence, blissfully unaware of the mysteries that were unfolding in the forgotten spaces beneath their feet. Peeves the Poltergeist's intervention came with characteristic unpredictability, his mischievous nature drawn to the excitement of unauthorized exploration like iron filings to a magnet. The ancient spirit's motivations remained as mysterious as ever, his actions guided by impulses that seemed to operate according to logic that existed entirely outside normal human understanding. Whether his appearance was coincidental or deliberately timed remained unclear, but the disruption he caused served to separate the two young investigators at a crucial moment in their exploration. Sebastian's decision to pursue the troublesome poltergeist spoke to both his protective instincts and his impulsive nature, qualities that would define his character throughout the increasingly dangerous events that lay ahead. His departure left the new student alone to continue following the map's guidance, a circumstance that would prove both dangerous and necessary as the secrets they were pursuing began to reveal themselves in ways that required individual rather than collaborative discovery. The passage that the map revealed led through sections of the castle that had been sealed for decades, their entrances hidden by magic that required not just knowledge, but specific magical abilities to circumvent. The dust that lay thick on forgotten stairs spoke of generations of neglect, while the magical emanations that permeated these abandoned spaces carried traces of enchantments that had been woven into the castle's very foundation during its original construction. These were not merely forgotten rooms, but spaces that had been deliberately concealed, their contents deemed too dangerous or too precious for casual discovery. The chamber that lay at the end of this hidden passage was unlike anything described in standard architectural surveys of the castle, its proportions and decorative elements speaking to magical construction techniques that had been largely abandoned in favor of more conventional approaches to wizarding architecture. The walls themselves seemed to pulse with barely contained energy, ancient magic that had been channeled through the stones during their placement and remained active despite centuries of dormancy. The pensieve that dominated the chamber's center was a masterwork of magical craftsmanship that exceeded anything in contemporary collections. Its basin carved from stone that seemed to absorb and reflect magical energy in patterns that shifted with the observer's emotional state. But this was not merely a device for viewing preserved memories, but something far more sophisticated. A magical instrument that could maintain the complete sensory and emotional experience of crucial historical moments, with clarity that made their viewing feel like direct participation rather than passive observation. The book that accompanied the pensieve carried the weight of grimoires that contained knowledge spanning centuries of magical research, its pages filled with observations and theories that pushed the boundaries of contemporary magical understanding. The handwriting that filled its margins spoke of multiple authors working across generations, each adding their own insights to accumulated wisdom that represented the culmination of lifetimes spent studying forces that most wizards preferred to leave undisturbed. The memory that poured from the opened grimoire revealed the same figures encountered in Gringotts Vault 12, but in circumstances that provided crucial new insights into their characters and the scope of their responsibilities. Percival Rackham and Charles Rookwood appeared alongside companions whose names had become legendary in the most exclusive circles of magical scholarship, individuals whose dedication to protecting dangerous knowledge had shaped the hidden history of wizarding civilization. Neame Fitzgerald's presence among the keepers added dimensions of wisdom and magical sophistication that complemented the more familiar figures. Her reputation as one of the most accomplished witches of her generation validated by the obvious respect with which her colleagues treated her observations and recommendations. The dynamic between the four keepers revealed individuals whose different strengths and perspectives created a collaborative whole that was far more effective than any single person could have achieved alone. Sanbakar's contributions to their discussions demonstrated the kind of practical magical knowledge that came from years of field experience with the most dangerous forms of ancient magic. His warnings about specific risks, carrying the authority of someone who had witnessed firsthand the consequences of inadequate preparation or insufficient respect for forces beyond normal magical control. Together, the four keepers represented a concentration of magical knowledge and practical wisdom that had perhaps never been equaled in the centuries since their deaths. The village they visited in the memory was clearly suffering from drought conditions that threatened both crops and lives, the kind of natural disaster that had always tested the boundaries between magical and mundane solutions to human suffering. The decision to intervene using ancient magic was not made lightly, as evidenced by the careful discussions between the keepers about the potential consequences of such dramatic magical manipulation of natural forces. Percival Rackham's use of ancient magic to bring rain and restore the landscape demonstrated both the incredible potential of such abilities and the wisdom required to employ them responsibly. The transformation of the barren countryside into fertile farmland was accomplished with a precision that spoke of deep understanding of natural magical cycles, intervention that worked with existing forces rather than overwhelming them through crude application of raw power. But even as the keepers' noble intentions were being fulfilled, the seeds of future tragedy were being planted through the observations of young Isadora Morganach and her family. The little girl who watched the magical intervention with such intense fascination was already beginning to form ideas about the relationship between magic and human suffering that would eventually lead her down paths that even the keeper's wisdom could not have anticipated or prevented. The presence of Isadora's sick brother added emotional weight to the scene that would prove crucial to understanding her later choices, as personal tragedy began to shape her understanding of magic's potential in ways that would eventually challenge every principle the keepers held dear. The compassion that motivated her interest in ancient magic was genuine and admirable, but it was also the foundation for obsessions that would eventually consume both her humanity and her wisdom. Years passed between the first memory and the second, time that had transformed the fascinated child into a young woman whose magical abilities had attracted the attention of the very individuals she had watched with such wonder during her childhood. The Isidora who stood before the four keepers was clearly someone of exceptional talent and determination, but there were also subtle signs of the intensity that would eventually prove so dangerous. Her admission to Hogwarts as a fifth-year student created obvious parallels to the current situation, as if the ability to perceive ancient magic was somehow connected to patterns of magical development that operated outside normal educational frameworks. The timing of such admissions appeared to be more than coincidence, suggesting forces at work that guided certain individuals toward paths that normal magical education could not accommodate. The conversation between Isidora and the keepers revealed both her genuine desire to help others and the dangerous certainty that would eventually lead her to tragedy. Her eagerness to begin working with ancient magic was understandable given her abilities, but the keeper's insistence on patience and careful preparation spoke to wisdom earned through experience with the consequences of magical overreach. The tension between individual ambition and collective wisdom was already apparent in these early interactions. Percival Rackham's warning about the dangers of manipulating ancient magic carried particular weight given his own demonstrated abilities in that area, his caution born not from ignorance but from intimate understanding of the forces involved. The responsibility he felt toward protecting both the magical community and potential practitioners of ancient magic was evident in every word, as was his growing concern about Isidora's attitude toward the constraints he was trying to impose. The smile that crossed Isidora's face at the end of the conversation was subtle but deeply unsettling, suggesting thoughts and plans that she was not sharing with her supposed mentors. This small gesture hinted at the tragic trajectory her life would follow, as noble intentions became corrupted by impatience and the intoxicating sense of power that came from wielding forces that others feared to approach. The years that passed between Isidora's initial encounter with the Keepers and her appointment as a Hogwarts professor allowed for the development of abilities and knowledge that would eventually prove catastrophic, though her colleagues remained hopeful that experience and responsibility would temper her more dangerous impulses. Her acceptance of the defense against the dark arts position suggested recognition of her talents by the broader magical community, while her travels during the intervening period had clearly expanded both her knowledge and her confidence in ways that concerned those who understood the risks involved. Charles Rookwood's pleasure at her appointment was genuine, reflecting both personal affection for a brilliant former student and professional respect for her achievements in magical research. But even his enthusiasm was tempered by subtle signs of concern, awareness that Isidora's appointment brought both opportunities and dangers that would need careful management. The invitation to her home suggested ongoing efforts by the Keepers to maintain their influence over her development, though events would prove that their guidance was no longer sufficient to prevent the tragedy that was approaching. The evening gathering at Isidora's residence would prove to be a crucial turning point in her relationship with the Keepers, though none of them could have anticipated how dramatically that evening would alter the trajectory of her life and research. The hospitality she offered was genuine, but it also served to mask preparations and discoveries that would soon reveal the extent to which her thinking had diverged from the principles her mentors had tried to instill. The return to the map chamber, after witnessing these memories, was marked by the appearance of another Keeper's portrait. This time Charles Rookwood himself speaking across the centuries with the same authority and wisdom that had characterized his living presence. His congratulations on their progress carried both pride in their achievements and warning about the greater challenges that lay ahead. Acknowledgement that each successfully completed trial brought them closer to knowledge that would demand everything they had to give. The artifacts they had been collecting during their adventures proved to be more than simple tokens of achievement, but crucial components in a magical system that the Keepers had designed to ensure that ancient magic secrets would only be revealed to individuals worthy of such tremendous responsibility. Each artifact represented not just successful completion of specific challenges, but demonstration of character traits and magical abilities that were essential for safely wielding power that could reshape the fundamental nature of magical existence. Professor Fig's analysis of their discoveries revealed both scholarly excitement and growing concern about the implications of what they were learning. His academic training warring with protective instincts that recognized the dangers inherent in their investigation. His questions about the connection between Charles Rookwood and Victor Rookwood reflected awareness that their enemies might possess knowledge and resources that went far beyond simple criminal opportunism, suggesting conflicts that reached back through generations of magical families and their accumulated grudges. The discussion of Lodgok the Goblin added additional complexity to their understanding of the forces arrayed against them, as the possibility of allies within enemy ranks created opportunities that were balanced by risks of betrayal and manipulation. The goblins' apparent separation from Ranrock's rebellion suggested fractures within goblin society that might be exploited, but also indicated political complexities that could easily trap unwary investigators in webs of conflicting loyalties and ancient grievances. Charles Rookwood's guidance about recognizing swirls of ancient magic in combat situations provided practical knowledge that would prove essential in the battles ahead. Techniques for channeling raw magical power that went beyond anything taught in contemporary defense against the dark arts curricula. This was not academic instruction, but hard-won wisdom about surviving encounters with enemies whose abilities exceeded normal magical combat parameters. Knowledge that could mean the difference between life and death when theoretical understanding proved inadequate for practical necessities. The transition from summer to autumn at Hogwarts brought changes that went beyond mere seasonal variation, as if the ancient magic that permeated both castle and student was responding to cosmic cycles that operated according to principles that mortal understanding could barely grasp. The beauty of the Highland landscape during this season provided counterpoint to the increasingly dark nature of their discoveries, natural splendor that reminded them of what they were fighting to protect against forces that would consume such beauty without hesitation or remorse. The meeting with Sirona Ryan at the Three Broomsticks represented a crucial step in building the alliances that would prove essential in the conflicts ahead, her willingness to facilitate contact with Lodgok demonstrating courage that went far beyond simple business considerations. Her personal story, shared with characteristic directness and dignity, revealed the kind of individual strength that would prove crucial in resisting the forces of hatred and division that threatened to tear the magical community apart. Her experience as a transgender witch, navigating both acceptance and rejection within magical society, provided insights into the broader themes of identity and belonging that would prove central to understanding the conflicts they faced. The goblin Lodgok's immediate recognition and acceptance of her true identity stood in stark contrast to the prejudice she had encountered from some members of her own species, demonstrating that wisdom and compassion could transcend traditional boundaries between magical peoples. The alliance proposed with Lodgok represented both opportunity and enormous risk, as cooperation with any member of Ranrock's former inner circle could easily be part of an elaborate deception designed to gather intelligence about their activities and capabilities. But the alternative of facing the Goblin Rebellion without any inside knowledge seemed even more dangerous, making the calculated risk of limited cooperation seem like their best available option despite the obvious dangers involved. The mission to retrieve the helmet of Urtkot provided their first direct experience of the kind of coordinated opposition they would face throughout their investigation, as Victor Rookwood's interference demonstrated both the scope of their enemy's intelligence network and their willingness to use any advantage available to advance their goals. The fact that crucial goblin artifacts had been stolen by human criminals revealed alliances that transcended species boundaries, cooperation motivated by shared greed and ambition rather than any principled ideology. Lodgok's emotional response to the loss of the helmet revealed both his genuine commitment to their cause and the enormous personal risks he was taking by cooperating with wizard investigators. His understanding of goblin politics and Ranrock's psychology provided insights that would prove invaluable in anticipating enemy actions, but his obvious fear of discovery also highlighted the precarious nature of their alliance and the catastrophic consequences that betrayal would bring to all involved. The successful recovery of the helmet from Rookwood's Ashwinder camp required combat skills and tactical thinking that went far beyond anything taught in standard magical education, practical experience with the kind of violent confrontation that characterized warfare rather than academic disagreement. The enemies they faced were professional criminals whose survival depended on their ability to kill quickly and efficiently, making theoretical knowledge about defensive spells and dueling etiquette dangerously inadequate for the reality of life or death combat. The return of the helmet to Lodgok provided temporary success in their efforts to maintain his cover within Ranrock's organization, but also revealed the increasingly unstable nature of the political situation within the Goblin Rebellion. The factional conflicts and personal animosities that were beginning to tear the rebellion apart created both opportunities and dangers, as shifting loyalties made reliable intelligence increasingly difficult to obtain, while also creating possibilities for exploitation that had not previously existed. The classes that continued throughout these dangerous extracurricular activities provided both normalcy and increasingly obvious contrast with the reality of the conflicts they were facing, as academic discussions of magical theory seemed almost quaint when compared to the practical necessities of surviving combat with enemies who would show no mercy to captured opponents. The professors who taught standard curriculum remained largely unaware of the extraordinary circumstances surrounding their newest student, treating them as just another academically gifted individual, rather than someone whose presence was already beginning to reshape the balance of power within the magical world. Professor Howin's revelation about the poaching rings that were decimating magical creature populations added another dimension to the conflicts they were investigating. Evidence that the corruption spreading through wizarding society extended far beyond simple goblin rebellion into systematic exploitation of the magical world's most vulnerable inhabitants. The official indifference to this ongoing tragedy spoke to institutional failures that went beyond mere bureaucratic inefficiency into active complicity with forces that valued profit over preservation of magical heritage. Poppy Sweeting's passionate commitment to protecting magical creatures provided both inspiration and additional complexity to their growing understanding of the scope of their opposition, as her investigations into poaching activities revealed connections between different criminal organizations that suggested coordination at levels they had not previously suspected. Her rescue of Highwing the Hippogriff demonstrated both personal courage and practical knowledge about magical creature behavior that would prove invaluable in the challenges ahead. The growing network of alliances and friendships that was beginning to form around their investigation created both strength and vulnerability, as each new ally brought capabilities and knowledge that enhanced their effectiveness, while also creating additional targets for enemy retaliation. The balance between operational security and the need for assistance would prove to be one of their most difficult ongoing challenges, as isolation bred paranoia while cooperation invited betrayal. Natsai-Onai's determination to take action against Theophilus Harlow and Victor Rookwood reflected both admirable courage and dangerous inexperience with the kind of enemies they were facing, her idealistic commitment to justice untempered by understanding of the brutal realities that characterize criminal warfare. Her mother's decision to relocate from Uganda to escape such conflicts made her daughter's eagerness to engage in similar battles particularly poignant, demonstrating how violence and corruption could follow those who sought to escape them into new environments. The investigation into the poaching operations revealed systematic cruelty that went far beyond simple commercial exploitation, organized sadism that treated magical creatures as disposable resources for entertainment and experimentation, rather than sentient beings worthy of respect and protection. The scale of these operations suggested financial resources and political connections that would make normal law enforcement efforts ineffective, requiring the kind of direct action that operated outside legal constraints and accepted consequences that legitimate authorities could not risk. Gareth Weasley's involvement in their growing circle of allies brought both useful connections within the castle's social structure and additional evidence of the broad appeal that their cause was beginning to generate among students whose moral instincts recognized the importance of the conflicts they were facing. His knowledge of the castle's hidden passages and secret routes proved invaluable for maintaining operational security, while his family connections provided potential access to resources and information that formal channels could not supply. The secret passage to Honeydukes represented just one example of the infrastructure that previous generations of students had created through decades of careful exploration and creative magic, resources that were now proving crucial for activities that required movement and communication outside official oversight. The tradition of student rebellion against excessive authority had evolved into practical capabilities that would prove essential for resistance against threats that official channels were either unwilling or unable to address effectively. Sebastian Sallow's growing obsession with finding a cure for his sister's mysterious illness added personal urgency to their investigation that both motivated greater risks and created potential vulnerabilities that enemies might exploit. His love for Anne was genuine and admirable, but it was also beginning to cloud his judgment in ways that could endanger not just himself, but everyone associated with their cause. The balance between supporting a friend's legitimate concerns and preventing those concerns from compromising larger objectives would prove to be an ongoing challenge throughout their association. The visit to Feldcroft revealed both the human cost of the conflicts they were investigating and the personal connections that made abstract political struggles into immediate threats to people they had come to care about. Sebastian's family situation demonstrated how individual tragedies were connected to larger patterns of violence and corruption, while the tension between Sebastian and his uncle Solomon revealed generational conflicts about the appropriate response to threats that exceeded normal institutional capabilities. Anne Sallow's condition provided stark evidence of the kind of casual cruelty that characterized their enemies' approach to opposition, magical affliction that served no strategic purpose beyond demonstrating the consequences of resistance to those who might consider challenging organized criminal authority. The curse that had been placed upon her was designed not just to cause suffering, but to create ongoing psychological pressure on those who cared about her, psychological warfare that turned love itself into a weapon against those who would oppose injustice. Uncle Solomon's background as a former Auror created additional complexity in family dynamics that were already strained by circumstances beyond anyone's control, as his professional experience with magical law enforcement made him both valuable ally and potential obstacle, depending on how officially sanctioned their activities remained. His refusal to investigate Anne's condition through official channels reflected either bureaucratic limitations or personal caution, neither of which provided much comfort to those who were watching her suffer. The revelation that Anne's curse had been inflicted at Rookwood Castle created direct connection between personal tragedy and the larger mysteries they were investigating, evidence that their enemies' cruelty extended to attacking innocent family members as punishment for relatives' activities. This escalation from political opposition to personal revenge demonstrated both the ruthlessness of their opponents and the effectiveness of the investigation that was provoking such extreme responses. Sebastian's description of the attack that had claimed his sister's health revealed tactical approaches that prioritized psychological trauma over simple elimination, calculated cruelty that was designed to create ongoing suffering rather than provide clean resolution to conflicts. The voice that had spoken from concealment before the curse was cast carried implications about the identity of Anne's attacker that would prove crucial to understanding the full scope of their enemy's involvement in activities that transcended simple criminal opportunism. The discovery of the additional entrance to the Undercroft through Rookwood Castle provided both tactical opportunity and troubling evidence about the scope of their enemy's knowledge regarding Hogwarts' hidden infrastructure. The fact that ancient magical signatures were detectable in locations associated with known criminals suggested either coincidental convergence of magical forces or deliberate exploitation of resources that should have remained secret from outside interference. The triptych puzzle that was revealed within the Undercroft represented another layer of mystery that connected their current investigation to magical knowledge that preceded contemporary wizarding civilization by centuries. The artwork that was slowly being assembled piece by piece told stories that would prove crucial to understanding not just the current crisis, but the historical forces that had shaped it across generations of conflict and resolution. Ominous Gaunt's discovery of Salazar Slytherin's hidden scriptorium added additional dimensions to their exploration of Hogwarts' secret spaces, as the founder's personal workspace promised access to magical knowledge that had been deliberately concealed from normal educational access. The family connections that allowed Omnis to potentially access such spaces created both opportunity and moral complexity, as his heritage linked him to traditions that he had explicitly rejected on ethical grounds. The ongoing investigation was beginning to reveal patterns and connections that suggested their current crisis was merely the latest manifestation of conflicts that had been building for decades or even centuries. Magical and political forces that operated according to cycles that exceeded individual lifespans or immediate political concerns. Understanding these deeper currents would prove essential for developing strategies that could address root causes, rather than merely responding to immediate symptoms of problems that would otherwise continue to regenerate in new forms. As autumn deepened into the approach of winter, the sense of destiny and approaching confrontation continued to build like storm clouds gathering on distant horizons. The understanding that their investigation was moving toward revelations that would demand choices about power, responsibility, and sacrifice that would define not just their own futures, but the shape of magical civilization for generations to come. The autumn air carried whispers of approaching winter, as October deepened into November, the Scottish Highlands settling into that peculiar melancholy that marked the season's transition from golden warmth to silver cold. Within the ancient walls of Hogwarts Castle, the comfortable rhythms of academic life continued their eternal cycle. But beneath the familiar patterns of classes and meals, study sessions and social gatherings, darker currents were beginning to flow with increasing urgency and complexity. The alliance with Lodgok had proven both valuable and precarious. His position within Ranrock's inner circle providing intelligence that would have been impossible to obtain through any other means. But the goblin's obvious nervousness during their clandestine meetings spoke to dangers that went far beyond simple risk of discovery, as his betrayal of the rebellion's leader would inevitably result in execution if his true loyalties were revealed. The information he provided came at enormous personal cost, making every piece of intelligence a testament to courage that transcended species boundaries and political affiliations. The mission to retrieve the helmet of Urtkot had revealed the scope and sophistication of the enemies they faced, as Victor Rookwood's interference demonstrated coordination between human criminals and goblin rebels that suggested planning and resources that exceeded anything seen in previous magical conflicts. The systematic way in which crucial artifacts had been stolen from their traditional guardians spoke to intelligence networks that penetrated deep into goblin society, while the casual efficiency with which these thefts had been executed revealed operational capabilities that would make traditional law enforcement approaches dangerously inadequate. Lodgok's emotional response to the helmet's theft had been particularly revealing. His genuine distress at the loss of such a culturally significant artifact, demonstrating that his cooperation with wizard investigators was motivated by something deeper than simple opportunism or personal grievance. The reverence with which he spoke of goblin cultural treasures revealed someone who understood that the current rebellion was destroying the very heritage it claimed to protect, turning ancient symbols of goblin achievement into weapons of war that would inevitably be corrupted by the violence they enabled. The successful recovery of the helmet from Rookwood's Ashwinder camp had required combat techniques and tactical thinking that pushed the boundaries of what could be reasonably expected from students, even those whose education had been enhanced by extraordinary circumstances. The enemies they encountered were professional killers whose survival depended on their ability to eliminate threats quickly and efficiently, making academic knowledge about defensive spells and dueling protocols dangerously insufficient for the reality of life or death confrontation. The Ashwinder gang's integration with goblin rebel forces revealed operational sophistication that went far beyond simple criminal cooperation. Systematic coordination that suggested shared leadership and unified strategic planning, rather than mere temporary alliance between separate organizations. The ease with which human criminals had adopted goblin weapons and tactics spoke to training and integration that had been developing over months or even years, preparation that indicated long-term planning rather than opportunistic response to immediate circumstances. The return of the helmet to Lodgok had provided temporary success in maintaining his cover within Ranrock's organization, but the goblin's obvious relief at avoiding discovery had been tempered by growing awareness that such deceptions could not be sustained indefinitely. The increasing paranoia within the rebellion's leadership meant that every interaction carried potential for exposure, while the escalating violence of their operations made continued participation increasingly difficult for someone whose conscience remained intact despite years of association with criminal activities. The intelligence that Lodgok continued to provide revealed fractures within the Goblin Rebellion that created both opportunities and dangers as competing factions began to turn against each other in struggles for influence and resources that weakened overall effectiveness, while making individual loyalties increasingly unpredictable. The personal animosities that were beginning to tear the rebellion apart created possibilities for exploitation, but also made reliable intelligence more difficult to obtain as shifting alliances disrupted established communication channels and trust relationships. Professor Howin's revelation about the systematic exploitation of magical creatures throughout the Scottish Highlands had added another dimension to their understanding of the scope and brutality of the criminal networks they were investigating. The poaching operations that were decimating populations of rare and endangered species represented more than simple commercial exploitation, as the systematic cruelty involved suggested organized sadism that treated magical beings as disposable resources for entertainment and experimentation, rather than sentient creatures worthy of respect and protection. The official indifference to this ongoing tragedy spoke to institutional failures that went beyond mere bureaucratic inefficiency, active complicity with forces that valued immediate profit over long-term preservation of magical heritage and biodiversity. The ministry's reluctance to commit resources to protecting magical creatures reflected political calculations that prioritized human concerns over broader ecological responsibilities, short-sighted thinking that would inevitably create larger problems as the magical ecosystem began to collapse under the pressure of systematic exploitation. Poppy Sweeting's passionate commitment to creature protection had brought both inspiration and additional operational complexity to their growing network of allies and investigations. Her rescue of Highwing, the hippogriff, years earlier, had demonstrated both personal courage and practical knowledge about magical creature behavior that would prove invaluable in understanding the scope and methods of the criminal operations they were opposing. Her ability to communicate with creatures that had been traumatized by human contact provided intelligence about poaching operations that conventional investigation methods could never have obtained. The friendship that was developing between Poppy and the newest student revealed shared values and complementary skills that created partnership possibilities, extending far beyond simple academic cooperation. Her intimate knowledge of magical creature habitats and behavior patterns provided context for understanding how criminal operations were disrupting natural magical cycles, while her emotional connection to the creatures being exploited added moral urgency to investigations that might otherwise have remained purely intellectual exercises. The hippogriff Highwing's obvious attachment to Poppy demonstrated the kind of trust that could develop between humans and magical creatures when relationships were built on genuine respect rather than exploitation or domination. The bond between them represented everything that the poaching operations sought to destroy: genuine partnership that enhanced the capabilities of both participants while respecting the autonomy and dignity of each individual involved in the relationship. Natsai Onai's determination to take direct action against Theophilus Harlow and Victor Rookwood had added both valuable ally and additional source of concern to their expanding circle of cooperation, as her idealistic commitment to justice was untempered by practical experience with the brutal realities that characterized criminal warfare. Her background at Uagadou had provided her with magical training that emphasized integration with natural forces rather than the more technical approach favored by British magical education, skills that would prove valuable in unconventional situations while also creating coordination challenges when teamwork became necessary. Her mother's appointment to the divination position at Hogwarts had created additional complexity in family relationships that were already strained by the cultural transition from African to British magical society. Professor Onai's protective instincts regarding her daughter's involvement in dangerous activities were entirely understandable, but they also created tension between parental authority and individual autonomy that reflected broader themes about the balance between safety and moral responsibility that would prove central to the choices all of them would face. The story of their family's departure from Uganda revealed personal experience with the kind of violence and corruption that they were now confronting in their new home, tragic evidence that geographical relocation could not provide permanent escape from conflicts that reflected fundamental problems with magical society's approach to power and justice. Natsai's eagerness to engage in battles similar to those her family had fled demonstrated both admirable courage and concerning failure to learn from previous experience about the personal costs that such conflicts inevitably demanded. Her father's death had created psychological wounds that were clearly influencing her current choices, as survivors' guilt and unresolved grief drove her toward increasingly dangerous activities that might provide opportunities for redemption or revenge. The complexity of emotions surrounding her family's tragic history made her both more committed to their cause and more likely to make impulsive decisions that could endanger herself and others through inadequate consideration of tactical realities and strategic consequences. Sebastian Sallow's growing obsession with finding a cure for his sister's mysterious illness continued to add both motivation and vulnerability to their investigation, as his love for Anne drove him to accept risks and pursue knowledge that more cautious judgment might have rejected as too dangerous. His desperation was entirely understandable given the circumstances, but it was also beginning to cloud his judgment in ways that created potential for manipulation by enemies, who understood how personal attachments could be exploited to achieve tactical advantages. The second trial at Rookwood Castle in Feldcroft had provided crucial insights into the historical connections between their current enemies and the ancient magical knowledge they were pursuing, revealing patterns of hereditary involvement in conflicts that spanned generations of magical families and their accumulated grievances. The fact that Charles Rookwood's former residence had become a stronghold for his descendants' criminal activities suggested either remarkable coincidence or deliberate exploitation of family resources and knowledge that created advantages for enemies who understood historical context better than their opponents. The confrontation between Ranrock and Victor Rookwood that they had witnessed revealed fractures within the alliance between goblin rebels and human criminals that created both opportunities and dangers for those seeking to exploit divisions between their enemies. Ranrock's obvious contempt for his human allies was balanced by his recognition that he needed their resources and connections to achieve his strategic objectives, while Rookwood's desperate eagerness to prove his value suggested someone whose position within the conspiracy was less secure than he pretended. The argument about the repositories hidden beneath Rookwood Castle had confirmed crucial details about the scope and purpose of the ancient magical storage systems that the Keepers had created centuries earlier, while also revealing the extent to which contemporary criminals understood the historical forces they were attempting to exploit. The casual way in which both participants discussed magical forces capable of reshaping wizarding civilization suggested familiarity with concepts that should have been beyond the knowledge of anyone outside the most exclusive circles of magical scholarship. The tunnel system that Ranrock's forces were excavating beneath the castle represented engineering capabilities that went far beyond anything typically associated with goblin construction techniques, suggesting either technological advancement or outside assistance that provided access to magical methods that exceeded traditional goblin metalworking skills. The systematic way in which these excavations were being conducted revealed planning and coordination that indicated long-term strategic thinking rather than impulsive response to immediate opportunities. The store of ancient magic that was providing Ranrock with enhanced abilities represented power that exceeded anything seen in recorded wizarding history, raw magical force that could potentially reshape the balance of power between different magical species, while also creating threats to the stability of magical civilization itself. The casual way in which this power was being exploited suggested dangerous lack of understanding about the long-term consequences that such magical manipulation might create for both individuals and magical society as a whole. The portrait of Charles Rookwood that appeared in the map chamber revealed continuing concern among the Keepers about the corruption of their legacy by descendants who had inherited knowledge without wisdom, power without responsibility, and ambition without moral constraint. His obvious distress at learning how his family's magical heritage was being misused demonstrated the tragic gap between the noble intentions of previous generations and the corrupt applications that contemporary descendants had chosen to pursue. The memories contained within the second trial's pensieve had provided additional crucial information about Isidora Morganac's tragic transformation from idealistic student to dangerous practitioner of forbidden magical technique, revealing the gradual process by which noble intentions could be corrupted by exposure to power that exceeded moral wisdom and emotional maturity. Her use of ancient magic to physically remove pain from her father represented both remarkable magical achievement and fundamental violation of natural magical principles that governed the relationship between individual experience and collective magical harmony. The Keeper's horror at witnessing Isidora's manipulation of her father's emotional state revealed their understanding that such interventions, however well-intentioned, represented dangerous precedents that could justify increasingly extreme applications of ancient magical power. Their recognition that she was practicing uncharted magic demonstrated awareness that her innovations were pushing into territory that even their accumulated wisdom could not safely navigate or effectively regulate. The conversation between Isidora and her dying father had provided heartbreaking context for understanding how personal tragedy could drive even the most gifted individuals toward choices that would ultimately destroy everything they claimed to value. Her desperate desire to alleviate his suffering was entirely understandable from human perspective, but her willingness to employ magical methods that violated fundamental principles of magical ethics demonstrated how grief could corrupt judgment even among those who should have known better. The physical transformation that occurred in her father after Isidora's magical intervention revealed consequences that went far beyond simple pain relief, as the removal of negative emotions had apparently eliminated his capacity for any emotional experience whatsoever. This outcome suggested that ancient magic operated according to principles that made surgical precision impossible, magical interventions that inevitably affected entire systems rather than specific targeted aspects of individual experience. The arrival of winter at Hogwarts brought changes that extended far beyond seasonal variation, as if the ancient magic that permeated both castle and student was responding to cosmic cycles that operated according to principles that transcended normal magical understanding. The snow that began to accumulate on the highland peaks created landscape of stark beauty that provided counterpoint to the increasingly dark nature of their discoveries, natural splendor that reminded them of what they were fighting to protect against forces that would consume such beauty without hesitation or appreciation. Niamh Fitzgerald's portrait appearance in the map chamber had introduced the third keeper, whose wisdom and magical sophistication complemented the guidance already provided by Percival Rackham and Charles Rookwood, creating collective advisory resource that represented perhaps the greatest concentration of ancient magical knowledge that had existed since the original keeper's deaths. Her particular expertise in magical theory and practical application would prove crucial, as the trials ahead demanded increasingly sophisticated understanding of forces that contemporary magical education had largely abandoned or forgotten. The third trial's location in the headmaster's office represented both opportunity and enormous risk, as accessing Phineas Nigellus Black's private chambers without authorization would require deception techniques that could easily result in permanent expulsion or even criminal prosecution if discovered. The polyjuice potion required for such infiltration represented magical methods that exceeded anything covered in standard curriculum, while the psychological challenges of maintaining false identity under pressure would test abilities that had nothing to do with academic magical knowledge. The password discovery mission had required infiltration of the headmaster's private residence, exposing them to dangers that went far beyond simple academic discipline, as they encountered security measures and house elf loyalty that could easily have resulted in capture and exposure. The revelation that the password was always pure spoken in French reflected both predictable arrogance and concerning political attitudes that suggested sympathy for ideologies that their investigation was working to oppose. The tale of the three brothers' trial within the headmaster's office had provided both magical education and psychological testing that pushed the boundaries of what students should reasonably be expected to endure, simulated encounters with death that would have traumatized individuals without extraordinary preparation and mental resilience. The successful completion of this trial demonstrated capabilities that went far beyond normal academic achievement, while the experience itself provided insights into the nature of mortality and magical power that would prove crucial in the confrontations ahead. The resurrection stone's use to communicate with Niamh Fitzgerald's spirit had created a bridge between past and present that allowed direct transmission of knowledge and wisdom that could not have been preserved through any other method. Her guidance about the remaining trials and the crucial importance of maintaining moral clarity, despite increasing exposure to corrupting magical influences, provided perspective that would prove essential for navigating the psychological challenges that lay ahead. The memories revealed within the third trial's pensieve had shown Isidora's relationship with Niamh Fitzgerald in ways that provided crucial context for understanding how even the most dedicated mentors could fail to prevent tragedy when their students chose paths that led beyond guidance and wisdom. Fitzgerald's genuine care for Isidora was evident in every interaction, while her growing concern about the young woman's innovations revealed prescient understanding of dangers that others had failed to recognize until too late. The revelation that Isidora had begun working with Ranrock's ancestor Bragbor to create storage systems for extracted pain and emotion had demonstrated the historical connections between contemporary criminal activities and ancient magical research, showing how noble intentions could be corrupted across generations to serve purposes that their originators would have found abhorrent. The Goblin Smith's willingness to assist in such questionable magical experiments suggested either inadequate understanding of the implications involved or conscious cooperation with magical research that he should have recognized as dangerous. The discovery that Isidora had been extracting pain from students without their knowledge or consent revealed the extent to which her initially noble intentions had been corrupted by exposure to power that exceeded her wisdom and emotional maturity. Her justifications for these violations demonstrated the kind of rationalization that characterized individuals whose moral compass had been corrupted by repeated exposure to forces that should have remained beyond mortal manipulation and control. Sambucar's portrait appearance as the fourth and final keeper represented both culmination of their trials and recognition that they had demonstrated capabilities and character traits that warranted access to the most dangerous secrets that magical civilization had ever generated. His hesitation about allowing them to proceed reflected not doubt about their abilities but awareness of the enormous responsibilities that such knowledge would inevitably bring, burdens that would affect not just their own futures but the shape of magical society for generations to come. The investigation into Anne Sallow's curse had revealed connections between personal tragedy and larger patterns of criminal violence that demonstrated how individual suffering was connected to systemic problems that exceeded any single family's ability to address through normal, institutional channels. The magical signature of her affliction suggested curses that went beyond simple harm into territory of systematic torture designed to create ongoing psychological pressure on those who cared about her welfare. Uncle Solomon's background as former Auror had created additional complexity in family dynamics that were already strained by circumstances beyond anyone's control, as his professional experience with magical law enforcement made him both valuable potential ally and significant obstacle depending on how officially sanctioned their activities remained. His refusal to investigate Anne's condition through formal channels reflected either institutional limitations or personal caution that provided little comfort to those watching her suffer without apparent hope of relief or recovery. The visit to Feldcroft had revealed community-wide effects of the Goblin Rebellion that went beyond individual tragedy to encompass systematic intimidation and violence designed to establish criminal control over civilian populations. The fear that characterized residents' daily lives demonstrated how organized crime could undermine social stability through methods that made normal law enforcement approaches dangerously inadequate for protecting innocent civilians from systematic exploitation and abuse. Sebastian's growing resentment toward his uncle's cautious approach to Anne's condition reflected both understandable frustration and concerning willingness to pursue solutions that operated outside legal and ethical constraints, attitudes that would prove increasingly dangerous as his desperation drove him toward choices that more balanced judgment would have rejected as unacceptably risky. The love that motivated his actions was genuine and admirable, but it was also beginning to blind him to considerations that should have tempered his approach to magical research and experimental treatment. The discovery of the additional entrance to the Undercroft through Rookwood Castle had provided both tactical advantages and troubling evidence about the scope of their enemies' knowledge regarding Hogwarts' hidden infrastructure, suggesting intelligence networks that penetrated deeper into the castle's secrets than anyone had previously suspected. The ease with which ancient magical signatures could be detected in locations associated with known criminals revealed either remarkable coincidence or deliberate exploitation of resources that should have remained beyond outsider crimes' access. The triptych puzzle that was slowly being assembled within the Undercroft represented another layer of mystery that connected their current investigation to magical knowledge that preceded contemporary wizarding civilization by centuries. Artistic narrative that would prove crucial to understanding not just immediate threats, but historical forces that had shaped magical society across generations of conflict and attempted resolution. Ominous Gaunt's reluctant cooperation in exploring Salazar Slytherin's hidden scriptorium reflected both admirable moral courage and understandable anxiety about engaging with family heritage that he had explicitly rejected on ethical grounds. Internal conflict between desire to help friends and revulsion for traditions that had shaped his early life through methods that had left permanent psychological scars. His knowledge of Parseltongue created unique access to founder-level magical resources, while also connecting him to aspects of magical heritage that he found personally repugnant. The tragic story of Noctua Gaunt's disappearance while searching for the scriptorium had provided both crucial information about the location's security systems and heartbreaking evidence of how magical curiosity could lead even experienced practitioners into dangers that exceeded their ability to survive or escape. Her fate served as warning about the risks involved in pursuing knowledge that had been deliberately concealed, while also demonstrating the kind of courage and determination that characterized those willing to sacrifice personal safety for advancement of magical understanding. The scriptorium's defenses revealed Salazar Slytherin's approach to protecting dangerous knowledge through methods that tested not just magical ability, but moral character and willingness to accept responsibility for difficult choices. Security systems that required ethical compromise as price of admission to secrets that were themselves morally complex. The use of unforgivable curses as literal keys to accessing forbidden knowledge created symbolic and practical connections between magical power and moral corruption that would prove prophetic for the choices that lay ahead. The Cruciatus Curse requirement had forced direct confrontation with moral boundaries that academic education preferred to leave as theoretical considerations, practical experience with forbidden magic that revealed both its seductive power and its corrupting influence on those who employed it, even with noble justifications. The choice between learning such magic personally or witnessing its application to friends created psychological pressure that would have lasting effects, regardless of which option was ultimately selected. The spellbook recovered from the scriptorium contained Salazar Slytherin's personal research into magical techniques that pushed the boundaries of what contemporary magical theory considered possible or advisable, knowledge that would prove both valuable and dangerous as the challenges ahead demanded increasingly desperate measures for survival and success. The founder's notes revealed approaches to magic that prioritized effectiveness over ethical considerations, philosophical framework that justified any method that achieved desired results, regardless of moral costs involved. The reconciliation between Omenes and Sebastian following their shared ordeal in the scriptorium demonstrated how extreme circumstances could either strengthen friendships or reveal fundamental incompatibilities that had been concealed by normal social interaction, testing relationships through experiences that demanded complete trust and mutual support, despite philosophical disagreements about appropriate methods and acceptable risks. Nutsai's investigation into Theophilus Harlow's criminal activities had revealed systematic corruption that extended throughout local government and law enforcement agencies, organized crime that had achieved virtual immunity from official interference through combination of bribery, intimidation, and political influence that made conventional legal remedies dangerously inadequate for protecting innocent civilians from systematic exploitation and abuse. The murder of Mr. Bickle and kidnapping of his son Archie had demonstrated escalation in criminal violence that reflected either increasing desperation or growing confidence in their ability to operate without effective opposition, shift in tactics that suggested either weakening of their position or strengthening of their capabilities, depending on interpretation of available evidence and understanding of their strategic objectives. The rescue mission for young Archie Bickle had provided both success in protecting innocent victim and crucial intelligence about criminal operations that would prove essential for understanding the scope and methods of the conspiracy they were investigating, while also demonstrating coordination between different criminal organizations that suggested unified leadership and strategic planning, rather than simple cooperation between separate groups pursuing compatible objectives. The revelation that Harlow had been responsible for Mr. Bickle's murder confirmed patterns of criminal violence that prioritized intimidation over efficiency, systematic cruelty, designed to discourage opposition through demonstration of consequences that awaited anyone who challenged organized criminal authority. The psychological impact of such murders extended far beyond immediate victims to encompass entire communities whose cooperation was secured through fear rather than genuine consent or support. The search for Deke's friend Tobbs had led into underground environments that revealed additional dimensions of magical creature, exploitation, systematic abuse that extended beyond simple commercial profit into territory of organized sadism that treated sentient beings as disposable resources for entertainment and experimentation. The cave systems that had become prisons for enslaved creatures represented infrastructure that suggested long-term planning and substantial financial investment in criminal activities. The discovery of Tobbs's death had provided heartbreaking evidence of the personal costs that systematic oppression created for individuals whose only crime was belonging to species that magical law classified as property rather than citizens. Legal framework that enabled abuse while preventing effective protection or justice for victims of systematic exploitation and violence. Deek's grief at losing his friend demonstrated emotional depth that challenged conventional assumptions about house elf psychology and social structure, revealing relationships and loyalties that operated according to principles that exceeded simple master-servant dynamics, while also highlighting injustices that were built into magical society's fundamental legal and social framework. The intelligence provided by Roman Oaks following his rescue had revealed crucial information about Ranrock's psychological development and the personal experiences that had shaped his approach to wizard-goblin relations, background that provided context for understanding how individual trauma could be transformed into ideological hatred that justified increasingly extreme applications of violence and revenge. The story of young Ranrock's encounter at the Dragon Camp revealed formative experience with wizard prejudice that had apparently shaped his entire worldview. Childhood trauma that had been transformed through years of resentment into philosophical framework that viewed all magical conflict through lens of species warfare rather than individual choice or moral consideration. The systematic beating that Ranrock had received for the crime of touching a wizard's wand demonstrated casual cruelty that reflected broader patterns of discrimination and violence that characterized wizard-goblin relations. Throughout magical history, institutional prejudice that created conditions for radicalization, while also justifying revenge that exceeded reasonable proportion to original harm. Poppy's discovery of Horntail Hall had revealed systematic abuse of magical creatures that went beyond simple commercial exploitation into organized entertainment that treated magnificent beings as disposable resources for spectator, sport, cultural degradation that reflected broader patterns of dehumanization that enabled systematic oppression and violence throughout magical society. The dragon fighting arena represented institutionalized cruelty that attracted audiences willing to pay for the privilege of witnessing suffering. Economic system that transformed torture into entertainment, while also providing financial resources that could support additional criminal activities. The systematic nature of such operations suggested organizational capabilities and political protection that would make conventional law enforcement approaches dangerously inadequate for effective intervention. The rescue of the mother dragon and her offspring had provided both tactical success and symbolic victory that demonstrated possibility of resistance against systematic oppression, while also revealing individual courage and determination that could overcome institutional indifference and criminal violence when applied with sufficient skill and moral clarity. As winter settled over the Scottish Highlands and the investigation continued to reveal connections between personal tragedy and systematic oppression, the understanding grew stronger that their current crisis represented merely the latest manifestation of conflicts that had been building across generations of magical civilization, political and social forces that operated according to cycles that exceeded individual lifespans while demanding choices about power, responsibility, and sacrifice that would define not just immediate futures but the shape of magical society for generations yet to come. The winter that settled over Hogwarts Castle during December of that extraordinary 5th year brought with it a quality of cold that seemed to penetrate not just stone and mortar, but the very essence of magical atmosphere that had sustained the school through a millennium of education and discovery. Snow accumulated on the ancient battlements with deliberate precision, each flake adding to accumulations that transformed familiar landscapes into something approaching fairyland beauty, while the highland winds carried whispers of changes that would soon reshape not just individual destinies but the fundamental nature of magical civilization itself. The conversations that had taken place during autumn's investigation had revealed connections between contemporary criminal activities and historical magical research that suggested patterns of hereditary involvement in conflicts, spanning generations of wizarding families and their accumulated grievances. But as winter deepened, and the scope of their enemies' resources became increasingly apparent. The understanding grew that their current crisis represented far more than simple criminal opportunism or even species-based political conflict, but systematic assault on principles that had sustained magical society since its earliest foundations. Sebastian Sallow's growing desperation regarding his sister's condition had reached levels that were beginning to affect his judgment in ways that created concern among his friends and potential opportunities for enemies who understood how personal attachments could be exploited to achieve tactical advantages. His love for Anne remained genuine and admirable, but the intensity of his focus on finding magical solutions to her curse was beginning to overshadow other considerations that should have influenced his approach to increasingly dangerous magical research and experimentation. The failure of his attempts to convince Ominis Gaunt to explore Salazar Slytherin's scriptorium had led to frustration that was manifesting in increasingly risky behavior, as if the obstacles to accessing founder-level magical knowledge were personal affronts rather than reasonable precautions designed to protect both seekers and society from forces that exceeded contemporary understanding and control. His willingness to circumvent his best friend's ethical objections spoke to moral flexibility that might prove essential for survival in the conflicts ahead, but also suggested dangerous erosion of principles that had previously governed his choices. The decision to approach Ominis directly about accessing the scriptorium required careful consideration of psychological factors that went far beyond simple persuasion, as his family history with dark arts practices had created emotional wounds that made any engagement with Slytherin heritage profoundly traumatic, despite his obvious magical talents and scholarly intelligence. The Gaunt family's systematic abuse of their children, through forced participation in torture and murder, had left scars that would influence every decision he made about magical research and personal relationships throughout his lifetime. The story of his beloved Aunt Noctua's disappearance while searching for the scriptorium provided both emotional leverage and crucial practical information about the founder's security measures, tragic evidence of how magical curiosity could lead even experienced practitioners into dangers that exceeded their ability to survive or escape. Her fate served as warning about risks involved in pursuing knowledge that had been deliberately concealed, while also demonstrating the kind of courage and determination that characterized those willing to sacrifice personal safety for advancement of magical understanding. Ominis' eventual agreement to explore the scriptorium reflected complex mixture of desire to help his friends, scholarly curiosity about magical history, and personal need to understand what had happened to the family member who had shown him genuine affection during childhood marked by systematic cruelty and emotional manipulation. His decision to participate despite obvious anxiety demonstrated moral courage that went far beyond simple friendship, willingness to confront psychological trauma for sake of others, despite personal costs that would inevitably result from such confrontation. The journey through Hogwarts' hidden passages to reach the scriptorium required navigation of architectural spaces that had been sealed for centuries, chambers where dust and decay spoke of long abandonment, while magical emanations revealed continuing activity of enchantments that had been woven into the castle's foundation during its original construction. These were not merely forgotten rooms, but spaces that had been deliberately concealed by founder-level magic, their contents deemed too dangerous for casual discovery by individuals who lacked appropriate preparation and wisdom. The scriptorium itself represented perhaps the most complete preservation of Salazar Slytherin's personal magical research that existed anywhere in the wizarding world. Workspace that had been designed not just for study, but for experimentation, with magical techniques that pushed boundaries of what contemporary theory considered possible or advisable. The books and instruments that filled its shelves represented knowledge that had been accumulated through decades of research into forces that most wizards preferred to leave undisturbed, wisdom that carried both enormous potential and equally enormous risks for those who chose to employ it. The security measures that protected access to the scriptorium's deeper chambers revealed Slytherin's approach to safeguarding dangerous knowledge through methods that tested not just magical ability, but character and willingness to accept moral responsibility for difficult choices, systems that required ethical compromise as literal price of admission to secrets that were themselves morally complex. The progressive challenges that they encountered demanded increasing levels of personal investment and risk, escalating commitments that made retreat increasingly difficult as they proceeded deeper into founder-level magical territory. The discovery of Noctua Gaunt's remains provided heartbreaking confirmation of the fate that had befallen Ominis's beloved aunt, evidence that even experienced magical researchers could underestimate dangers involved in pursuing knowledge that had been deliberately concealed by individuals whose wisdom exceeded their curiosity. Her journal entries revealed progression from excitement through growing concern to final desperation as she realized that her quest for knowledge had led her into a situation from which escape was impossible without assistance that would never arrive. The Cruciatus Curse requirement that blocked their progress represented both practical obstacle and profound moral challenge, security measure that demanded not just magical knowledge, but willingness to employ techniques that contemporary magical education classified as unforgivable violations of ethical principles. The founder's decision to use torture as literal key to accessing his research revealed philosophical framework that prioritized effectiveness over moral considerations, approach that justified any method capable of achieving desired results regardless of ethical costs involved. Ominis's adamant refusal to cast the torture curse reflected both psychological trauma from childhood abuse and genuine moral conviction about boundaries that should never be crossed regardless of circumstances or potential benefits, principles that had been forged through personal experience with systematic cruelty and violence. His recognition of the curse's effects as pure torture carried authority that came from having been victim of such magic during formative years, when family members had used his suffering as educational tool and recreational entertainment. The choice that confronted them regarding who would learn and cast the necessary curse created psychological pressure that tested both individual moral boundaries and group cohesion under circumstances that demanded immediate decision, without opportunity for extended deliberation or consultation with external authorities. The options available were uniformly unpalatable, requiring either abandonment of their mission or acceptance of moral compromise that would have lasting effects on everyone involved, regardless of which specific path they ultimately chose. The successful opening of the final barrier led them into chambers that represented the pinnacle of Salazar Slytherin's magical research, workspace where founder-level experimentation had been conducted according to principles that prioritized advancement of magical knowledge over conventional ethical constraints. The spellbook they discovered contained techniques and theories that had been developed through research methods that contemporary magical society would have found abhorrent, wisdom that had been purchased through moral choices that exceeded acceptable boundaries, even during historical periods, when such boundaries were far more flexible than modern standards allowed. The aftermath of their scriptorium exploration created both triumph and trauma that would influence all subsequent decisions about magical research and personal relationships. success that had been achieved through methods that challenged fundamental assumptions about acceptable costs for advancing knowledge and protecting innocent lives. The reconciliation between Sebastian and Omenes following their shared ordeal demonstrated how extreme circumstances could either strengthen friendships or reveal incompatibilities that had been concealed by normal social interaction, while also providing practical knowledge about magical techniques that would prove essential in challenges ahead. The investigation into Theophilus Harlow's criminal activities had revealed systematic corruption extending throughout local government and law enforcement agencies, organized crime that had achieved virtual immunity from official interference through combination of bribery, intimidation, and political influence that made conventional legal remedies inadequate for protecting innocent civilians from exploitation and abuse. Natsioni's determination to pursue justice through direct action reflected both admirable moral courage and concerning inexperience with brutal realities that characterized criminal warfare at levels that exceeded normal law enforcement capabilities. Her partnership in planning operations against Harlow demonstrated tactical thinking and magical abilities that complemented existing capabilities, while also creating additional coordination challenges, as different approaches to magic and combat had to be integrated into coherent, strategic framework. Her background at Ouagadougou had provided training that emphasized wandless magic and integration with natural forces, rather than technical wand-based approaches favored by British magical education, skills that would prove valuable in unconventional situations while also requiring adaptation of established tactical procedures. The intelligence gathered about Harlow's operations revealed connections to broader criminal networks that suggested coordination extending far beyond local opportunism into systematic exploitation that threatened stability of magical society throughout Scotland and potentially beyond. The casual efficiency with which witnesses were eliminated and evidence destroyed spoke to organizational capabilities that would make conventional investigative approaches dangerously inadequate, while the political protection that allowed such operations to continue demonstrated corruption that reached into highest levels of magical government and law enforcement. The rescue mission for Mr. Bickle's son had provided both success in protecting innocent victims and crucial intelligence about criminal methodologies that revealed systematic approach to intimidation and control, organized cruelty, designed to discourage opposition through demonstration of consequences that awaited anyone who challenged established criminal authority. The psychological warfare employed by these organizations extended far beyond immediate tactical considerations into long-term strategies for maintaining social control through fear rather than legitimate authority or popular support. Archie Bickle's testimony about witnessing his father's murder provided legal evidence that should have been sufficient for criminal prosecution under normal circumstances. But the systematic corruption of law enforcement agencies made official justice impossible, while also creating additional dangers for witnesses whose cooperation with investigators could easily result in retaliation that extended to their estate, families, and communities. The failure of institutional justice created moral imperatives for direct action that operated outside legal constraints, but carried personal risks that exceeded anything reasonable people should be expected to accept. The third trial's location in the headmaster's office had required deception techniques that pushed boundaries of acceptable student behavior while also providing access to magical knowledge that would prove essential for understanding historical forces that shaped contemporary conflicts. The use of Polyjuice Potion to impersonate Phineas Nigellus Black represented magical methods that exceeded anything covered in standard curriculum, while also creating opportunities for discovery that could result in permanent expulsion or criminal prosecution if their activities were detected by castle security or administrative oversight. The infiltration of the headmaster's private quarters revealed both his personal character flaws and institutional vulnerabilities that could be exploited by enemies seeking access to sensitive information about Hogwarts, defensive capabilities, and operational procedures. The ease with which his house elf's loyalty could be manipulated through appropriate social techniques demonstrated security weaknesses that reflected broader patterns of overconfidence and inadequate preparation that characterized magical institutions throughout Britain. The tale of the three brothers' trial within the headmaster's office provided both magical education and psychological testing that challenged fundamental assumptions about mortality and power, simulated encounters with death that revealed individual character traits, while also providing practical knowledge about magical artifacts whose legendary status concealed genuine magical capabilities. The Deathly Hallows represented not mere mythological symbols, but actual magical objects whose powers exceeded anything documented in contemporary magical research, tools that could potentially reshape balance of power between different factions in magical society. The Resurrection Stone's ability to facilitate communication with deceased individuals opened possibilities for accessing historical knowledge that had been lost with deaths of crucial figures, while also creating psychological dangers for users who might become obsessed with maintaining contact with past rather than engaging with present realities and future responsibilities. The ethical implications of such magic extended far beyond individual choices into questions about natural boundaries between life and death that magical intervention might violate, with consequences that exceeded immediate benefits. Niamh Fitzgerald's guidance through the stone's power provided crucial insights into magical theory and practical applications that would prove essential for understanding ancient magical principles, while also demonstrating continuing concern among deceased keepers about corruption of their legacy by individuals who had inherited knowledge without wisdom or power, without moral constraint. Her observations about current events revealed prescient understanding of patterns that connected historical conflicts with contemporary crises, cyclical forces that operated according to principles exceeding individual lifespans or immediate political considerations. The memories revealed within the third trial's pensieve had shown Isidora Morganach's relationship with the Keepers during period of her greatest magical innovation and moral corruption, revealing process by which noble intentions could be transformed into dangerous obsessions that justified increasingly extreme applications of power that exceeded wisdom and emotional maturity. Her initial success in removing her father's pain had created confidence that led to experimentation with techniques that violated fundamental principles governing relationship between individual experience and collective magical harmony. The discovery that Isidora had begun conducting unauthorized magical experiments on Hogwarts students represented violation of trust and ethical principles that exceeded anything previously documented in educational history, systematic abuse of institutional authority for pursuit of magical research that treated young people as experimental subjects rather than individuals worthy of respect and protection. Her rationalization of such activities demonstrated psychological transformation that had eliminated moral constraints while preserving intellectual capacity to justify actions that any healthy conscience would have rejected as abhorrent. The collaboration between Isidora and Ranrock's ancestor Bragbor revealed historical connections between contemporary criminal activities and ancient magical research that provided crucial context for understanding how noble innovations could be corrupted across generations to serve purposes that their originators would have found repugnant. The Goblin Smith's willingness to assist in questionable magical experiments suggested either inadequate understanding of implications involved or conscious cooperation with research that he should have recognized as dangerous to both individual subjects and magical society as whole. Sanbakar's portrait appearance as fourth and final keeper represented culmination of trials that had tested every aspect of magical ability and personal character, while his hesitation about allowing continued progress reflected awareness of enormous responsibilities that such knowledge would inevitably bring to individuals, whose decisions would affect not just their own futures but shape of magical civilization for generations to come. His consultation with other keepers demonstrated collective wisdom that prioritized long-term consequences over immediate tactical advantages, philosophical framework that valued stability over innovation when potential costs exceeded probable benefits. The winter months that followed the third trial's completion brought period of apparent normalcy that felt increasingly surreal, as weight of hidden knowledge and growing dangers created internal conflicts between comfortable predictability of academic routine and urgent reality of investigations that could easily result in death or worse for anyone who became too deeply involved in opposing organized criminal activities. The balance between maintaining normal student relationships and pursuing knowledge that could endanger innocent people required constant vigilance and careful judgment about boundaries that should not be crossed, regardless of potential benefits. Natsai's developing friendship had evolved beyond simple academic cooperation into partnership that combined complementary magical abilities with shared commitment to justice that transcended personal safety considerations, relationship that provided both emotional support and tactical advantages, while also creating additional vulnerabilities that enemies might exploit to achieve strategic objectives. Her knowledge of African magical traditions provided perspective on ancient magical principles that British education had largely abandoned, insights that proved crucial for understanding how contemporary applications of such magic might be modified or improved through integration of different cultural approaches. Her mother's growing concern about dangerous activities reflected parental protective instincts that were entirely justified given escalating risks involved in their investigation, but also created family tensions that added psychological pressure to already challenging circumstances. Professor Onai's attempts to restrict her daughter's freedom demonstrated wisdom earned through personal experience with consequences that could result from challenging organized criminal authority, while also reflecting cultural differences about appropriate balance between individual autonomy and family loyalty that created additional complications in already complex situation. The revelation that Natsai had developed animagus abilities provided both tactical advantages and deeper insights into her character and magical development, transformation capability that required extraordinary magical control and psychological stability, while also creating opportunities for reconnaissance and infiltration that would prove essential in operations against enemies whose security measures were designed to counter conventional magical approaches. Her gazelle form reflected personality traits that emphasized grace and speed over direct confrontation, characteristics that would prove valuable in situations requiring subtlety rather than overwhelming force. The story of her father's death revealed personal experience with violence and loss that had shaped her approach to contemporary conflicts, tragic evidence of how systematic oppression could follow families across geographical and cultural boundaries when underlying causes were not addressed through fundamental changes in political and social structures. Her survivor's guilt and determination to prevent similar tragedies had created psychological motivations that would influence every decision she made about appropriate responses to organized criminal activities and institutional injustice. The animagus revelation also provided context for understanding how she had been able to conduct surveillance activities that exceeded normal human capabilities, magical transformation that allowed access to locations and situations that would have been impossible for someone restricted to human form. The integration of animal instincts with human intelligence created enhanced awareness of environmental factors and potential dangers that would prove essential for survival in increasingly hostile circumstances. The ongoing investigation into poaching operations had revealed systematic cruelty that extended throughout Scottish Highlands, organized exploitation that treated magical creatures as disposable resources for commercial profit and recreational entertainment, rather than sentient beings worthy of respect and protection. The coordination between different criminal organizations suggested unified leadership that had achieved effective control over large geographical areas while maintaining political protection that prevented effective law enforcement, response to activities that violated both magical law and basic moral principles. Poppy Sweeting's passionate commitment to creature protection had brought both valuable intelligence and additional operational complexity to their expanding network of activities, as her emotional investment in preventing animal suffering sometimes created conflicts with tactical considerations that prioritized human safety over immediate relief for abused creatures. Her ability to communicate with traumatized magical beings provided insights into criminal methodologies that conventional investigation could never have obtained, while her personal courage in confronting dangerous opponents demonstrated dedication that exceeded normal friendship obligations. The discovery of dragon fighting operations at Horntail Hall had revealed institutionalized cruelty that attracted audiences willing to pay substantial sums for privilege of witnessing magnificent creatures forced to battle for spectator entertainment. Economic system that transformed torture into profitable business, while also providing financial resources that could support additional criminal activities throughout region. The systematic nature of such operations suggested organizational capabilities that would make conventional law enforcement approaches inadequate, while political protection that allowed continued operation demonstrated corruption, reaching highest levels of magical government. The rescue of Mother Dragon and her offspring had provided both tactical success and symbolic victory that demonstrated possibility of effective resistance against systematic oppression, while also revealing individual courage and determination that could overcome institutional indifference when applied with sufficient skill and moral clarity. The destruction of Fighting Arena represented both practical disruption of criminal operations and powerful statement about values that would guide continued resistance against organized evil regardless of personal costs involved. The intelligence provided by various rescued victims and liberated creatures had begun to reveal patterns of coordination between different criminal organizations that suggested systematic planning extending across multiple species and geographical regions, unified approach to exploitation, and control that indicated leadership structure capable of strategic thinking that exceeded mere opportunistic cooperation between separate groups. The scope of these operations implied resources and political connections that would make conventional opposition approaches dangerously inadequate, while also suggesting vulnerabilities that might be exploited through creative tactical thinking and coordinated action. The relationship developing with centaur communities through Poppy's creature protection activities had opened diplomatic possibilities that could provide crucial allies in conflicts against enemies whose operations threatened natural magical ecosystems that centaurs had traditionally protected through isolation and limited engagement with human magical society. The centaur's ability to provide sanctuary for endangered creatures while also maintaining military capabilities that could challenge organized criminal forces created strategic opportunities that had not previously existed for opponents of systematic exploitation. The winter season had also brought increasing evidence of Ranrock's growing power and influence throughout goblin communities. Systematic recruitment that was transforming scattered criminal activities into organized rebellion with capabilities that could threaten stability of magical civilization throughout Britain and potentially beyond. The integration of human criminal resources with goblin metalworking expertise had created technological advantages that exceeded anything seen in previous magical conflicts, while political manipulation of legitimate grievances had provided ideological justification that made resistance appear reasonable to individuals who might otherwise have rejected criminal methods. The approaching winter solstice carried particular significance for practitioners of ancient magic, as seasonal cycles were believed to affect availability and potency of magical forces that operated according to principles predating contemporary magical theory and practice. The understanding that their enemies were planning major operations to coincide with such astronomical events added urgency to preparations that were already being conducted under enormous time pressure and resource limitations. As December deepened toward the year's end, and evidence continued to accumulate about scope and sophistication of forces arrayed against them, the recognition grew stronger that their investigation had evolved beyond academic exercise into genuine warfare that would demand everything they possessed in terms of magical ability, personal courage, and moral conviction. The comfortable routines of school life were beginning to feel like elaborate performance, designed to maintain appearance of normalcy, while fundamental battles over future of magical civilization were being fought in shadows that most people preferred not to acknowledge or examine too closely. The weight of responsibility for protecting not just immediate friends and family, but entire magical society was beginning to settle on shoulders that were still developing strength necessary to bear such enormous burdens. Psychological pressure that would test limits of individual resilience, while also creating bonds between allies that would prove essential for survival in trials that lay ahead. The spring that arrived at Hogwarts Castle during March of that extraordinary 5th year brought with it a quality of renewal that seemed to mock the darkness that had been steadily accumulating throughout the academic term, as if nature itself remained oblivious to the forces that were preparing to reshape magical civilization through violence and betrayal that would leave permanent scars on everyone who survived the coming confrontations. The Highland landscape burst into bloom with characteristic Scottish vigour, wildflowers carpeting hillsides that had been barren under winter's grip, while ancient streams ran full with snowmelt that carried no hint of the blood that would soon stain these very waters. The triptych puzzle that had been slowly revealing its secrets within the Undercroft had reached completion through months of careful investigation and dangerous exploration. The 3 canvas pieces finally assembled to create artistic narrative that told stories spanning generations of magical research and moral corruption. The painting that emerged from their efforts depicted Isadora Morganach in all her tragic complexity, brilliant witch whose noble intentions had been transformed into systematic cruelty through exposure to power that exceeded her wisdom and emotional maturity, visual representation of cautionary tale that warned about dangers inherent in pursuing magical knowledge without adequate moral constraints. Sebastian Sallow's interpretation of the completed artwork revealed both his scholarly brilliance and his increasingly dangerous willingness to justify questionable magical research through reference to historical precedent, analytical approach that prioritized potential benefits over obvious risks, while minimizing moral considerations that should have influenced any reasonable evaluation of such activities. His excitement about Isadora's innovations reflected growing obsession with finding magical solutions to his sister's condition that was beginning to override judgment about methods that contemporary magical society had rejected as unacceptably dangerous. The discovery that Isadora's portrait had been deliberately destroyed at her family home in Feldcroft provided crucial information about efforts that had been made to contain knowledge about her most dangerous magical innovations. Systematic attempt to prevent future practitioners from accessing techniques that had proven catastrophic when employed by someone whose abilities exceeded her wisdom. The destruction spoke to recognition among her contemporaries that some magical knowledge was too dangerous to preserve, regardless of potential benefits that might theoretically result from its careful application. The understanding that the missing portrait explained Isadora's absence from their previous encounters with Keeper memories added context to historical narrative, while also creating opportunities for accessing knowledge that had been deliberately concealed from normal preservation methods. The damaged canvas suggested that information about her final magical innovations might still be recoverable through methods that bypassed conventional magical preservation, though such recovery would inevitably require risks that exceeded anything they had previously accepted. The hidden chamber that Sebastian discovered through his analysis of the triptych represented perhaps the most complete preservation of Isadora's personal magical research that existed anywhere in the wizarding world, workspace that had been concealed not just from casual discovery, but from systematic searches by individuals who understood her methods and capabilities. The magical concealment that protected this space operated according to principles that had been integrated with ancient magic itself, security measures that required specific abilities and knowledge to circumvent. The entrance to this hidden repository through the Undercroft demonstrated connections between founder-level magical architecture and later innovations that had been built upon Hogwarts' original magical infrastructure, systematic expansion of capabilities that suggested planning and coordination spanning centuries of magical research and development. The ease with which ancient magical passages could be accessed from multiple locations revealed architectural sophistication that exceeded anything documented in official castle records. The canvas fragment that they retrieved from the hidden chamber provided final piece necessary for complete restoration of Isadora's portrait, magical preservation technique that had maintained not just visual appearance but active magical consciousness, capable of communication and instruction. The restoration process required understanding of preservation magic that went beyond anything taught in contemporary magical education, practical application of techniques that had been developed through research methods that current ethical standards would have prohibited. The completed portrait's activation revealed Isadora in full manifestation of her corrupted state, magical consciousness that retained brilliant intellect while demonstrating complete abandonment of moral principles that had once governed her research and teaching. Her immediate attempts to justify her most questionable magical innovations revealed psychological transformation that had eliminated capacity for genuine self-reflection while preserving intellectual ability to construct elaborate rationalizations for activities that any healthy conscience would have rejected as abhorrent. Her explanation of pain extraction techniques demonstrated both remarkable magical achievement and fundamental misunderstanding of ethical principles that should have governed any research involving manipulation of human emotional, physical experience. The casual way in which she discussed using students as experimental subjects revealed how completely her moral compass had been corrupted by exposure to power that exceeded her wisdom, transformation that had preserved intellectual capacity, while eliminating emotional constraints that might have prevented increasingly extreme applications of dangerous magical techniques. The repository of extracted pain and emotion that she had created represented perhaps the most dangerous magical artifact that had ever been constructed, concentrated suffering that had been removed from thousands of individuals and stored in magical containment systems that were designed to preserve and amplify rather than neutralize such experiences. The power contained within such storage represented potential for magical applications that could reshape fundamental nature of human experience, while also creating vulnerabilities that enemies might exploit to achieve strategic objectives that exceeded anything seen in recorded, magical history. Sebastian's reaction to witnessing Isadora's methods revealed both scholarly fascination and dangerous moral flexibility that suggested he was prepared to employ similar techniques regardless of ethical considerations or potential consequences for experimental subjects. His immediate focus on potential applications for curing his sister's condition demonstrated how personal desperation could override judgment about methods that rational evaluation would have rejected as unacceptably dangerous to both practitioners and subjects involved in such magical research. The debate that followed Isadora's demonstration forced direct confrontation with moral questions that academic education preferred to leave as theoretical considerations, practical decisions about boundaries that should never be crossed regardless of circumstances or potential benefits that might result from such violations. The choice between accepting suffering as a natural aspect of human experience and attempting magical intervention that could potentially eliminate pain while creating unprecedented dangers required wisdom that exceeded anything their due education had provided. The agreement to pursue Isadora's methods, however reluctantly given, represented fundamental shift in approach to magical research that prioritized immediate results over long-term consequences, tactical decision that reflected growing recognition that conventional magical techniques would prove inadequate for challenges they were facing. The choice to employ questionable methods created both opportunities and moral burdens that would influence every subsequent decision about acceptable limits and necessary compromises. The investigation into Anne Sallow's curse had revealed systematic cruelty that went beyond simple magical assault into territory of psychological warfare designed to create ongoing suffering that would influence behavior of everyone connected to direct victims. The magical signature of her affliction suggested curse work that had been designed not just to cause harm, but to resist conventional treatment methods, while also creating secondary effects that would compound original trauma through systematic degradation of hope and social support systems. Uncle Solomon's continued refusal to pursue official investigation of Anne's condition reflected either institutional limitations that made law enforcement approaches ineffective or personal cowardice that prioritized avoiding confrontation over protecting family members from ongoing assault. His background as former Auror should have provided both knowledge and connections necessary for effective response to magical crimes, but his failure to act suggested either corruption within law enforcement agencies or psychological damage that had eliminated his capacity for decisive action under pressure. The family tensions that were developing between Sebastian and his uncle created additional psychological pressure that affected judgment and decision-making capacity for everyone involved, emotional dynamics that could easily be exploited by enemies who understood how personal conflicts could be manipulated to achieve strategic advantages. The breakdown of family unity represented both tactical vulnerability and broader pattern of social fragmentation that characterized communities under systematic criminal assault. Sebastian's growing resentment toward his uncle's cautious approach reflected both understandable frustration with institutional failures and concerning willingness to pursue solutions that operated outside legal and ethical constraints, attitudes that would prove increasingly dangerous as his desperation drove him toward choices that balanced judgment would have rejected. The love that motivated his actions remained genuine, but it was being channeled through approaches that eliminated moral considerations in favor of tactical effectiveness regardless of broader consequences. The discovery of the relic that could potentially reverse dark magic effects represented both opportunity and enormous moral trap. Magical artifact whose power came with requirements that would test character and ethical principles under circumstances that demanded immediate decision without opportunity for extended deliberation or consultation with external authorities. The location of such artifacts in places associated with dark magical practice suggested that their use inevitably involved moral compromises that could corrupt practitioners regardless of noble intentions that motivated initial decisions to employ such methods. The catacomb that housed the relic had been designed not just to conceal dangerous magical artifacts, but to test worthiness of individuals seeking to employ such power. Systematic evaluation of character traits and moral boundaries that operated according to principles established by practitioners whose own relationship with ethical constraints remained ambiguous at best. The challenges encountered within such locations were designed to eliminate candidates who lacked either capability or willingness to accept responsibility for consequences that would inevitably result from employing power that exceeded conventional magical limitations. Ominis Gaunt's decision to follow Sebastian into the catacomb, despite obvious reservations about the expedition, demonstrated both loyalty to friendship and growing concern about the trajectory of his best friend's moral development. Recognition that intervention might be necessary to prevent choices that would permanently damage relationships and individual character. His presence served both as potential voice of reason and additional psychological pressure that complicated decision-making processes under circumstances that already exceeded normal stress parameters. The dark sacrifice required to activate the relic revealed the true moral cost of employing such magical methods: systematic corruption that extended beyond immediate tactical considerations into fundamental questions about identity and values that would influence every subsequent choice, about acceptable methods and necessary compromises. The price demanded was not merely magical energy or material resources, but psychological transformation that would permanently alter practitioners' relationship with ethical principles and moral boundaries. The confrontation between Sebastian and Ominis over use of the relic forced explicit discussion of moral boundaries that friendship had previously allowed them to avoid addressing directly. Fundamental disagreements about appropriate methods and acceptable costs that revealed incompatibilities that might ultimately prove impossible to reconcile, despite years of close association and mutual support. The conflict demonstrated how extreme circumstances could either strengthen relationships or expose differences that had been concealed by normal social interaction patterns. The intervention by Uncle Solomon represented both external moral authority and practical obstacle to magical research that Sebastian had come to view as essential for his sister's survival. Confrontation between established authority and individual determination that reflected broader conflicts between institutional approaches and personal initiatives. Solomon's destruction of the relic eliminated immediate opportunity to pursue questionable magical solutions, while also provoking response that would prove far more destructive than the problems it was intended to address. The escalation from verbal argument to magical combat demonstrated how quickly conflicts over methods and principles could transform into violence that exceeded any reasonable relationship to original disagreements, breakdown of civilized discourse that reflected psychological pressures and moral compromises that had been building throughout months of investigation and increasing danger. The transition from academic discussion to lethal combat revealed how thin the boundaries were between scholarly disagreement and warfare when fundamental values and desperate circumstances collided. Sebastian's use of the killing curse against his uncle represented complete abandonment of moral principles that had governed his previous choices, crossing of boundary that could never be uncrossed, regardless of justifications that might be constructed to explain or rationalize such action. The green light that erupted from his wand carried with it permanent transformation of his character and identity, magical signature that would mark him forever as someone who had chosen ultimate violence as solution to interpersonal conflict. The immediate aftermath of Solomon's death created crisis that went far beyond simple family tragedy into territory of criminal activity that could result in lifetime imprisonment in Azkaban if discovered by magical law enforcement authorities. The choice between reporting Sebastian's crime and protecting him from consequences of his actions forced direct confrontation with questions about loyalty, justice, and complicity that exceeded anything their education had prepared them to address. Anne Sallow's arrival immediately after her uncle's death created additional witness to events that had already exceeded any reasonable boundary for acceptable secrecy. Family member whose own suffering had been used as justification for violence that she would undoubtedly view as betrayal of everything their relationship had meant. Her reaction to discovering Solomon's corpse would inevitably influence every subsequent family interaction, while also creating additional legal and emotional complications that could easily result in complete breakdown of social relationships. Her destruction of Slytherin's spellbook represented both emotional response to trauma and practical recognition that such magical resources had contributed to decisions that resulted in tragedy, symbolic rejection of knowledge and methods that had promised solutions, but delivered only destruction and betrayal. The elimination of research materials removed immediate temptation to continue pursuing magical approaches that had proven catastrophically dangerous, while also eliminating resources that might have been valuable for other purposes. Her final words to Sebastian before disapparating away with Solomon's body carried finality that suggested complete severing of family relationships that had sustained him throughout his childhood and adolescence, abandonment that would leave him emotionally isolated at precisely the moment when he most needed support and guidance from people who understood his character and motivations. The loss of Anne's affection represented punishment that exceeded legal consequences in terms of psychological impact and long-term effects on individual development. The choice about whether to report Sebastian's crime or protect him from consequences of his actions required immediate decision about complicity and moral responsibility that would influence every subsequent choice about appropriate responses to friends' destructive behavior. The alternatives available were equally unpalatable, requiring either betrayal of friendship or acceptance of moral compromise that could easily lead to additional problems as patterns of concealment and rationalization became established. The option to learn the killing curse from Sebastian provided access to magical knowledge that represented ultimate expression of violent capability, while also creating psychological burden of possessing techniques that most civilized individuals would never consider employing under any circumstances. The decision to acquire such knowledge reflected recognition that conventional magical methods might prove inadequate for challenges ahead, while also accepting moral responsibility for potential future uses of techniques that existed solely for elimination of human life. The education in unforgivable magic revealed both its seductive power and corrupting influence on practitioners who employed such techniques, even with noble justifications. Systematic erosion of ethical boundaries that began with exceptional circumstances, but inevitably expanded to encompass broader range of situations where extreme methods might seem reasonable or necessary. The knowledge itself carried psychological weight that would influence personality development and decision-making processes, regardless of whether such techniques were ever actually employed in practical situations. The aftermath of Solomon's death created immediate necessity for damage control and long-term planning that would address both legal consequences and emotional trauma resulting from family violence that had exceeded any reasonable response to disagreements about appropriate medical treatment. The cover-up requirements would inevitably involve additional individuals in criminal conspiracy while also creating ongoing vulnerability to blackmail or exposure that could destroy everyone involved in concealment activities. Ominous Gaunt's response to learning about Sebastian's crime revealed both moral clarity about unacceptable behavior and painful recognition that friendship obligations created conflicts between individual conscience and loyalty to people whose actions had exceeded reasonable boundaries for continued support. His threat to report Sebastian's activities reflected understanding that some violations were too serious to be concealed, regardless of personal relationships and historical connections. The conversation between Sebastian and Omenes in the Undercroft forced explicit discussion of consequences and moral responsibility that both had been avoiding throughout months of increasingly dangerous magical research and criminal activity. Confrontation with reality that academic discussions of ethical principles had not adequately prepared them to address. When theoretical considerations became practical, necessities requiring immediate decision and action. Sebastian's expression of regret for his actions provided evidence that his moral compass had not been entirely eliminated by exposure to dark magical influences, though the genuineness and permanence of such remorse would require demonstration through subsequent choices about behavior and priorities, rather than mere verbal acknowledgement of wrongdoing. The recognition that his actions had been wrong represented beginning of potential moral recovery, though the path toward redemption would require sustained effort and fundamental changes in approach to magical research and interpersonal relationships. The decision about Sebastian's fate created immediate test of moral principles and practical judgment under circumstances that demanded consideration of multiple competing values, including friendship, justice, public safety, and personal integrity. The choice between reporting criminal activity and protecting friend from consequences of his actions reflected broader questions about appropriate balance between individual loyalty and social responsibility that exceeded any simple application of abstract ethical principles. The intelligence-gathering mission with Lodgok had provided crucial information about Ranrock's operations, while also revealing fraternal relationship between the Goblin ally and rebellion leader that added personal dimension to Doomai. Political conflict, family tragedy that demonstrated how systematic oppression could turn brothers against each other through manipulation of legitimate grievances and historical injustices. The revelation that their most valuable intelligence source was directly related to their primary enemy created both opportunities and vulnerabilities that would influence strategic planning and tactical decision-making. The discovery of the final Bragbor journal in Lodgok's possession represented both intelligence victory and enormous risk, as possession of such documents had already resulted in suspicion from Ranrock that could easily lead to exposure and execution if their allies' true loyalties were discovered. The information contained within the journal provided crucial details about repository locations and magical construction techniques, while also creating evidence trail that could implicate everyone involved in intelligence gathering activities. The confrontation between Ranrock and his brother revealed family dynamics that had been corrupted by political ideology and personal ambition, sibling relationship that had been destroyed by systematic manipulation of cultural grievances and historical resentments. Lodgok's attempts to maintain cover within the rebellion, while secretly assisting Wizard, investigators demonstrated both personal courage and tactical sophistication that exceeded anything they had previously encountered from Goblin allies. The mine collapse that provided their escape opportunity also eliminated crucial intelligence asset, whose loss would significantly impact their ability to understand enemy capabilities and anticipate future operations. Strategic setback that occurred at moment when such information was becoming increasingly essential for survival and mission success. Lodgok's death represented both personal tragedy and operational disaster that would require fundamental changes in approach to intelligence gathering and strategic planning. Ranrock's casual murder of his own brother demonstrated complete abandonment of family loyalty in favor of ideological purity and personal ambition, moral corruption that exceeded even the systematic cruelty that had characterized his previous actions against Wizard opponents. The elimination of internal dissent through fraternal murder revealed psychological transformation that had eliminated capacity for genuine human connection while preserving tactical intelligence and organizational capabilities. Victor Rookwood's attempted assassination of Ranrock during their escape demonstrated fractures within human-goblin alliance that created both opportunities and dangers. Betrayal that reflected opportunistic approach to cooperation rather than genuine shared commitment to strategic objectives. The failure of his attack eliminated opportunity to resolve primary threat through enemy action, while also creating additional uncertainty about alliance structures and leadership succession within criminal organizations. The intelligence about repository locations that Ranrock had obtained through Lodgok's forced revelation of Bragbor's journal contents provided enemy forces with strategic advantages that would make defense of remaining magical artifacts significantly more difficult. Operational setback that threatened to eliminate protective measures that had been established centuries earlier by individuals whose wisdom exceeded anything available to contemporary magical society. The compromise of Keeper secrets represented both immediate tactical problem and broader failure of security measures that had protected dangerous magical knowledge since its original creation. The final trial's location required partnership with magical creature whose cooperation represented both practical necessity and symbolic recognition of relationships that transcended species boundaries. Collaboration that demonstrated possibilities for genuine alliance based on mutual respect rather than exploitation or domination. The Grafforn's willingness to assist in accessing crucial magical knowledge reflected understanding of stakes involved that extended beyond immediate human concerns to encompass broader ecological and magical considerations. The creature's trust represented validation of approach to magical being, relationships that prioritized genuine communication over coercion or magical control, philosophical framework that stood in stark contrast to methods employed by criminal organizations that treated all non-human beings as resources to be exploited rather than individuals worthy of respect and consideration. The partnership demonstrated both practical benefits and moral superiority of cooperative approaches to magical creature interactions. The final memories revealed within Sanbakar's trial provided complete picture of Isadora's transformation from idealistic student to dangerous practitioner of forbidden magical techniques, historical narrative that demonstrated how systematic exposure to power could corrupt even the most noble intentions through gradual erosion of moral boundaries and increasing justification of questionable methods. Her progression from helping individual family members to conducting unauthorized experiments on students showed how ethical compromises could escalate into systematic abuse when left unchecked by external oversight or internal moral constraints. The Keeper's final confrontation with Isadora revealed both the tragedy of failed mentorship and the necessity of taking decisive action against corruption that threatened fundamental principles of magical civilization. Moral choice that required eliminating someone they had cared about in order to protect broader magical community from dangers that exceeded individual considerations. Their decision to use lethal force against former student demonstrated recognition that some forms of corruption could not be reversed or contained through conventional intervention methods. Sanbakar's use of the killing curse to eliminate Isadora represented both ultimate expression of Keeper authority and tragic acknowledgement that their educational and supervisory methods had failed to prevent catastrophic moral corruption despite years of careful guidance and warning. The green light that ended her life carried with it recognition that some magical practitioners became too dangerous to allow continued existence regardless of personal relationships or potential for future redemption. The aftermath of Isadora's death and the Keeper's decision to preserve rather than destroy the repository of extracted pain demonstrated both practical wisdom about magical forces that could not be safely eliminated and ongoing moral burden that would influence every subsequent choice about appropriate use and protection of dangerous magical knowledge. Their transformation into guardians of preserved suffering represented both practical necessity and psychological punishment that would continue until suitable successors could be identified and properly prepared. As spring deepened towards summer, and evidence continued to accumulate about the scope and sophistication of forces arrayed against magical civilization, the recognition grew stronger that their investigation had evolved beyond academic exercise into genuine warfare that would demand everything they possessed in terms of magical ability, personal courage, and moral conviction, while also requiring choices about methods and principles that would define not just immediate futures, but the fundamental character of magical society for generations yet to come. The summer that arrived at Hogwarts Castle during the final months of that extraordinary 5th year brought with it an atmosphere of deceptive tranquility that seemed to mock the gathering storm clouds of magical warfare that were preparing to unleash devastation upon wizarding civilization itself. The Highland landscape had settled into the full glory of Scottish summer, ancient hills carpeted with heather that blazed purple against emerald grass, while streams ran clear and cold through valleys that would soon echo with sounds of battle that exceeded anything in recorded magical history. The 4th trial's location had been revealed through Sanbakar's guidance as requiring partnership with one of the most dangerous magical creatures in existence, a collaboration that would test not only magical abilities but fundamental understanding of relationships between human wizards and beings whose intelligence and power operated according to principles that transcended normal educational frameworks. The Graphourn represented both practical necessity for accessing the final repository of ancient magical knowledge and symbolic recognition that the challenges ahead would require alliances that exceeded traditional species, boundaries, and planes. Conventional approaches to magical creature interaction. The journey to locate the legendary Graphourn had taken them through highland territories that existed at the very edges of mapped magical geography, regions where ancient magic flowed through landscape itself, in patterns that suggested the presence of forces that predated contemporary magical civilization by millennia. These were not merely remote areas, but spaces where the fundamental nature of magical reality operated according to principles that contemporary magical theory could barely acknowledge, much less explain or predict with any degree of reliability. The creature they eventually encountered embodied everything that made Graphorns legendary among magical naturalists and terrifying to casual observers. Massive form that combined physical power with magical abilities that exceeded anything documented in standard textbooks about magical creature capabilities and behavior patterns. Its horn, carved with intricate patterns that seemed to shift and flow like living metal, carried magical signatures that resonated with ancient forces in ways that suggested connection to magical principles that had been largely forgotten by contemporary wizarding society. The process of gaining the Graphorn's trust required demonstration of respect and understanding that went far beyond simple magical control or coercive techniques, genuine communication that acknowledged the creature's intelligence and autonomy, while also conveying the urgency and importance of their mission. The magical bond that developed between human and creature represented partnership rather than domination, collaborative relationship that enhanced the capabilities of both participants while respecting the dignity and independence of each individual involved. The ride through Highland skies on the Graphorn's back provided perspective on Scottish landscape that revealed magical emanations and energy patterns invisible from ground level. Aerial view that showed how ancient magical forces flowed through geographical features according to principles that contemporary magical education had largely abandoned in favor of more technical approaches to spellcasting and magical theory. The integration of natural magical cycles with artificial magical construction became apparent from such heights, demonstrating sophisticated understanding of magical principles that had informed the original design of protective systems and storage facilities. The trial location itself was revealed as the creature's roar triggered magical responses that had been dormant for centuries, ancient enchantments that recognized specific magical signatures and responded with architectural transformations that defied normal understanding of magical construction techniques. The tomb that opened in response to their arrival represented perhaps the most sophisticated example of magical engineering that had survived from the Keeper's era, construction that integrated magical theory with practical applications in ways that contemporary magical architecture could not duplicate despite centuries of technological advancement. Sambucar's portrait within the trial chamber provided final guidance from the Keepers about both the historical significance of their mission and the personal dangers that would inevitably result from accessing knowledge that had been deliberately concealed for centuries. His obvious pride in their achievements was tempered by growing concern about the responsibilities that such knowledge would inevitably bring, burdens that would affect not just their immediate decisions, but the fundamental trajectory of magical civilization for generations to come. The pensieve that contained the Keeper's final memories of Isidora Morganach revealed the complete scope of her transformation from idealistic student to dangerous practitioner of magical techniques that violated every principle, ethical magical research, systematic corruption that had progressed from noble intentions through increasingly questionable methods to systematic abuse of institutional authority and magical power. The progression documented in these memories provided cautionary tale about dangers inherent in pursuing magical knowledge without adequate moral constraints or external oversight. The confrontation between the four Keepers and Isidora in the repository chamber beneath Hogwarts Castle demonstrated both the tragic failure of their mentorship and the courage required to take decisive action against corruption that threatened fundamental principles of magical civilization. The battle that erupted between teacher and student represented not mere personal conflict, but ideological warfare between different approaches to magical research and individual responsibility, philosophical disagreement that had escalated beyond possibility of peaceful resolution. Isidora's magical abilities during that final confrontation exceeded anything that contemporary magical education would have considered possible for individual practitioner. Power that had been enhanced through systematic absorption of pain and emotion extracted from thousands of victims over years of unauthorized magical experimentation. Her capacity to simultaneously engage four of the most accomplished wizards of her generation demonstrated both the incredible potential of ancient magical techniques and the catastrophic dangers that resulted from their abuse by Docled Biuze, practitioners whose wisdom had been overwhelmed by exposure to forces beyond their comprehension. The Keeper's decision to preserve, rather than destroy the repository of extracted pain, represented both practical wisdom about magical forces that could not be safely eliminated, an ongoing moral burden that would influence every subsequent choice about appropriate protection and potential use of dangerous magical knowledge. Their recognition that future practitioners with the ability to perceive ancient magic might eventually discover such repositories led to creation of trial systems designed to evaluate character and preparation of potential inheritors. Sanbakar's use of the killing curse to eliminate Isidora represented ultimate expression of Keeper authority and tragic acknowledgement that their educational methods had failed to prevent moral corruption, despite years of careful guidance and warning about dangers involved in pursuing ancient magical research. The green light that ended her life carried with it recognition that some magical practitioners became too dangerous for continued existence, regardless of personal relationships or theoretical potential for future redemption. The transformation of the four keepers into permanent guardians of dangerous magical knowledge represented both practical necessity for protecting such forces from inappropriate use and psychological punishment that reflected their sense of personal responsibility for failing to prevent tragedy through more effective mentorship and supervision. Their decision to remain as portrait consciousness rather than moving on to whatever existence awaited beyond death demonstrated commitment that exceeded normal obligations of teachers towards students. The artifacts that had been collected throughout the various trials proved to be crucial components in magical system, designed to ensure that ancient magical secrets would only be accessible to individuals who possessed both necessary abilities and appropriate character traits. Comprehensive evaluation that tested every aspect of magical development and personal integrity. Each artifact represented not merely token of successful trial completion, but essential element in magical construction that would determine worthiness for accessing ultimate repository of dangerous knowledge. The revelation that these artifacts were necessary components for crafting specialized magical wand represented culmination of keeper planning that had anticipated need for weapons capable of channeling ancient magical forces under controlled conditions. Magical instrument that could safely direct power that would otherwise overwhelm conventional magical focuses. The wand's construction would require integration of magical principles from different eras and traditions, synthesis that pushed boundaries of contemporary wand lore, while also incorporating safety measures designed to protect both wielder and targets from uncontrolled magical discharge. The journey to Ollivander's wand shop in Diagon Alley provided opportunity for consultation with perhaps the only contemporary craftsman whose expertise might prove adequate for constructing magical instrument that exceeded normal parameters of wand design and construction. Garrick Ollivander's reputation for wand lore that bordered on mystical understanding made him uniquely qualified to attempt integration of ancient magical artifacts with contemporary magical construction techniques, though even his legendary skills would be tested by requirements that had never been documented in surviving records of magical craftsmanship. The wand maker's examination of the collected artifacts revealed both their individual magical properties and potential for integration into unified magical instrument. Analysis that drew upon decades of experience with magical construction, while also requiring theoretical leaps that pushed boundaries of established wand lore into territory that existed more in magical theory than practical application. His obvious fascination with the challenge was tempered by growing awareness of dangers involved in creating magical weapon whose capabilities exceeded anything in recorded history. The construction process itself required magical techniques that had been largely abandoned in favor of more standardized approaches to wand crafting, methods that integrated ancient magical principles with contemporary safety measures, while also accommodating unique requirements of channeling forces that normal magical focuses could not safely direct. The time required for such specialized construction created additional pressure as evidence continued to accumulate about enemy preparations that suggested major confrontation was approaching whether they were prepared or not. The completed wand represented perhaps the most sophisticated example of magical craftsmanship that had been created since the Keeper's era, instrument that combined power with precision, while also incorporating protective measures designed to prevent catastrophic magical discharge that could endanger both wielder and innocent bystanders. The magical signatures that emanated from its construction carried resonance patterns that suggested connection to forces that exceeded normal magical theory and practice. Ollivander's warning about the wand's unprecedented nature reflected both professional pride in exceptional craftsmanship and genuine concern about responsibilities that would inevitably accompany possession of magical instrument, whose capabilities exceeded anything in contemporary magical society. His observation that he had never created anything comparable carried implications about both achievement and danger that would influence every subsequent decision about appropriate use and careful protection of such extraordinary magical tool. The confrontation with Victor Rookwood immediately following their departure from Ollivander's demonstrated enemy intelligence capabilities that exceeded anything they had previously suspected. Surveillance network that had apparently monitored their activities with precision that suggested either magical tracking methods or human intelligence sources within their operational security. The casual way in which their location and timing had been anticipated revealed tactical sophistication that would make future operations significantly more dangerous. Rookwood's offer of alliance represented both tactical desperation following his betrayal by Ranrock and strategic recognition that changing circumstances required different approaches to achieving his personal objectives. Opportunistic attempt to salvage something from criminal enterprises that were clearly beginning to disintegrate under pressure of internal conflicts and external opposition. His willingness to negotiate suggested either weakness that could be exploited or deception designed to achieve through diplomacy what violence had failed to accomplish. The rejection of his proposed cooperation reflected both moral conviction about inappropriate alliances and tactical understanding that cooperation with someone whose previous actions had demonstrated complete lack of trustworthiness would inevitably result in betrayal at a moment when such treachery would prove most damaging to their interests. The decision to refuse collaboration despite potential tactical advantages demonstrated commitment to principles that exceeded mere strategic calculation. Rookwood's revelation about his birthright claim to the repository represented both personal motivation that explained his involvement in criminal conspiracy and dangerous knowledge about historical connections between his family, ancient magical research that had created current crisis. His understanding of relationships between contemporary locations and historical magical construction suggested either inherited knowledge or extensive research that had provided advantages in locating and exploiting ancient magical resources. The casual way in which he quoted the phrase that had preceded Anne Sallow's curse provided crucial intelligence about his personal involvement in activities that had been attributed to goblin rebels, revelation that demonstrated coordination between different criminal factions, while also explaining tactical approaches that had seemed inconsistent with normal goblin magical practices. The recognition that he had been directly responsible for Anne's suffering added personal dimension to conflict that had previously seemed purely political or ideological. The battle that erupted following breakdown of negotiations revealed combat capabilities that exceeded anything they had previously encountered from human opponents. Magical techniques that suggested either advanced training or exposure to magical enhancement that had increased his abilities beyond normal parameters. The casual efficiency with which he employed lethal curses demonstrated both extensive experience with magical violence and complete abandonment of ethical constraints that might have limited his choice of combat methods. The killing curse that he directed toward them during the height of combat represented ultimate escalation of conflict from political disagreement to personal warfare. Magical technique that eliminated any possibility of non-lethal resolution, while also demonstrating commitment to achieving objectives, regardless of moral costs involved. The green light that erupted from his wand carried with it recognition that some enemies had chosen paths that made peaceful coexistence impossible. The successful defense against his assassination attempt and ultimate victory in magical combat demonstrated both individual magical development and tactical preparation that had been refined through months of dangerous encounters with increasingly sophisticated opponents, capabilities that would prove essential for challenges that lay ahead. The defeat of such experienced enemy provided both practical elimination of immediate threat and psychological confirmation that their training and preparation had been adequate for confronting criminal forces that operated according to no moral constraints. The recovery of crucial intelligence from Rookwood's defeat revealed both strategic information about enemy operations and personal effects that provided insights into criminal organization and planning that had shaped current crisis documentation that would prove valuable for understanding scope and methods of remaining opposition. The magical devices and written materials recovered from his possessions demonstrated level of preparation and resources that suggested backing from organizations whose capabilities exceeded simple criminal opportunism. The final approach to the repository beneath Hogwarts Castle required coordination with Professor Fig, whose scholarly expertise and personal commitment had made the entire investigation possible. Partnership that represented culmination of months of dangerous cooperation between mentor and student whose relationship had evolved beyond normal academic boundaries into genuine collaboration between equals, united by shared commitment to protecting magical civilization from unprecedented threats. The descent through castle foundations revealed architectural spaces that existed beneath even the most detailed maps of Hogwarts structure, chambers that had been concealed since original construction and protected by magical defenses that recognized specific signatures while excluding everyone else from accessing knowledge that had been deemed too dangerous for general availability. The magical emanations that permeated these hidden spaces carried intensity that suggested proximity to forces that operated according to principles that contemporary magical theory could barely acknowledge. The obstacle course that protected final approach to the repository represented comprehensive test of magical abilities and tactical thinking that drew upon every lesson learned during their investigation. Challenges that required integration of combat skills with puzzle-solving abilities, while also demanding moral clarity about appropriate methods and acceptable costs. Each barrier overcome brought them closer to knowledge that would determine both immediate fate and long-term trajectory of magical civilization. The magical knights that guarded the repository's entrance represented perhaps the most sophisticated example of magical automation that had survived from ancient era, constructed guardians whose capabilities exceeded anything documented in contemporary magical research, while also demonstrating tactical intelligence that suggested either advanced magical programming or semi-conscious awareness that made them genuinely formidable opponents rather than mere mechanical obstacles. The Special One's ability to command these ancient guardians revealed both its unprecedented magical capabilities and connection to authority systems that had been established by original keepers, recognition protocols that identified worthy inheritors of dangerous magical knowledge, while also providing access to defensive systems that had protected such knowledge for centuries. The ease with which ancient magical constructs responded to contemporary direction demonstrated successful integration of historical magical principles with current necessities. The final chamber that housed Isadora's repository of extracted pain and emotion represented both culmination of their quest for ancient magical knowledge and ultimate test of character and judgment that would determine whether such power would be used for protection or destruction of magical civilization itself. The magical emanations that filled this space carried intensity that suggested concentration of forces that could potentially reshape fundamental nature of magical society if employed without adequate wisdom and moral constraint. Professor Fig's presence during this crucial moment provided both emotional support and scholarly perspective that would prove essential for making decisions about power that exceeded anything previously encountered in their pond. Investigation, partnership that represented successful collaboration between different generations of magical practitioners, united by shared commitment to protecting innocent lives regardless of personal costs involved. His guidance would prove crucial for navigating choices that would affect not just immediate circumstances but future of magical society. The choice between containing the dangerous magical forces or absorbing them for personal use represented final test of character that would determine whether their investigation had produced protectors or new practitioners of magical techniques that violated every principle of ethical magical research, decision that would influence not just immediate tactical capabilities, but fundamental identity and future relationship with magical power that exceeded normal human comprehension and control. The ancient chamber that lay buried beneath the deepest foundations of Hogwarts Castle existed in a state of perpetual twilight that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Magical darkness that had accumulated during centuries of concealment from those who would seek to exploit the forces contained within its carefully constructed walls. The repository that dominated the chamber's center pulsed with emanations of concentrated suffering that had been extracted from thousands of individuals across generations of unauthorized magical experimentation, power that represented both unprecedented magical achievement and fundamental violation of every principle that governed ethical magical research and human dignity. Professor Fig's presence beside the newest member of their extraordinary partnership provided both scholarly perspective and emotional anchor that would prove essential during the choices that lay ahead, decisions about magical power that exceeded anything documented in contemporary magical theory, while also carrying moral implications that would influence not just immediate tactical capabilities, but fundamental character and identity for everyone who chose to engage with forces that operated beyond normal human comprehension and ethical constraint. The choice between containing the dangerous magical repository or absorbing its power for personal enhancement represented culmination of every test and trial they had encountered during their investigation, final examination of character that would determine whether their quest had produced protectors of magical civilization or new practitioners of techniques that had already proven catastrophic when employed by individuals whose wisdom had been overwhelmed by exposure to forces beyond their understanding and moral capacity. The decision to preserve the containment systems that the Keepers had established centuries earlier reflected both practical wisdom about magical forces that could not be safely controlled through individual willpower and moral clarity about boundaries that should never be crossed, regardless of potential benefits that might theoretically result from such violations. The choice represented victory of principle over expedience, philosophical commitment that prioritized long-term stability of magical civilization over immediate tactical advantages that would inevitably prove temporary and corrupting. But even as this crucial decision was being made, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed through the chamber with deliberate menace that announced arrival of enemy forces whose capabilities and determination had been systematically underestimated throughout their investigation. Opposition that had managed to penetrate Hogwarts' most secure areas through methods that suggested either inside knowledge or magical abilities that exceeded anything they had previously encountered from criminal organizations. Ranrock's appearance in the repository chamber represented both culmination of his rebellion against wizarding society and personal confrontation with individuals whose actions had systematically disrupted his plans for achieving magical dominance through exploitation of ancient forces that had been deliberately concealed from general magical society. His massive form radiated malevolent energy that spoke of systematic exposure to corrupting magical influences, transformation that had enhanced his natural goblin abilities while also eliminating moral constraints that might have limited his choice of methods for achieving strategic objectives. The wand that he carried in his clawed hands bore magical signatures that immediately identified it as belonging to Professor Fig's beloved wife, Miriam, artifact whose presence in enemy possession provided both crucial intelligence about her death and personal motivation for confrontation that transcended abstract political conflict. The casual way in which he displayed this trophy of murder revealed both tactical psychology, designed to provoke emotional responses, and genuine pleasure in causing psychological pain that exceeded immediate strategic necessity. His admission of responsibility for Miriam's death eliminated any remaining doubt about his personal involvement in criminal activities that had destroyed families and shattered lives throughout their investigation. Confession that transformed abstract opposition into personal vendetta, while also revealing systematic cruelty that had characterized his approach to achieving political objectives. The matter-of-fact way in which he described murdering someone whose only crime had been scholarly curiosity demonstrated complete abandonment of moral principles in favor of ideological purity and personal ambition. Professor Fig's reaction to learning the truth about his wife's fate revealed depths of grief and rage that scholarly demeanor had concealed throughout their investigation. Emotional response that was entirely justified given circumstances, while also creating tactical complications that could easily be exploited by enemies who understood how personal attachments could be manipulated to achieve strategic advantages. The transformation from academic mentor to bereaved husband, seeking justice, provided both motivation for decisive action and psychological vulnerability that experienced opponents would inevitably attempt to exploit. The magical duel that erupted between Fig and Ranrock represented confrontation between different approaches to magical power and individual responsibility. Ideological warfare that had been building throughout their investigation, but was now being decided through direct application of magical force under circumstances that would admit no compromise or negotiation. The spells that flew between them carried not just destructive potential but symbolic weight that reflected fundamental disagreements about appropriate use of magical abilities and acceptable methods for achieving social change. But Ranrock's tactical response to Fig's attack revealed capabilities that exceeded anything they had anticipated from goblin magical practitioners. Defensive techniques that suggested either advanced training or exposure to magical enhancement that had increased his abilities beyond normal parameters for his species. The ease with which he deflected spells that should have overwhelmed conventional defenses demonstrated systematic preparation that had been building toward this confrontation for months or even years. His retaliation strike that found its target in Professor Fig represented escalation from defensive posturing to actively lethal combat, magical technique that had been chosen specifically to cause maximum damage, while also sending psychological message about consequences that awaited anyone who opposed his authority. The spell that struck the beloved mentor carried both immediate physical damage and symbolic significance that demonstrated his willingness to eliminate anyone who stood between him and his objectives. The opening of the repository that resulted from Ranrock's magical assault created catastrophic release of contained forces that had been accumulating for centuries, concentrated suffering that began to flow through the chamber in patterns that defied normal magical theory, while also creating opportunities for absorption and enhancement that had never been documented in recorded magical history. The raw power that emerged from breached containment represented both unprecedented magical resource and existential threat to everyone present in the chamber. Ranrock's immediate absorption of the released magical energy created transformation that exceeded anything seen in contemporary magical research, systematic enhancement that drew upon suffering of thousands of victims, while also integrating such power with his existing magical capabilities in ways that created hybrid entity whose abilities transcended normal species limitations. The being that emerged from this process retained goblin intelligence and cunning, while also possessing magical power that exceeded anything recorded in historical accounts of individual magical practitioners. The physical changes that accompanied his magical transformation spoke to fundamental alteration of his essential nature, enhancement that had eliminated normal biological constraints, while also creating capabilities that operated according to principles that contemporary magical theory could not adequately explain or predict. The massive form that he assumed carried both increased physical strength and magical abilities that made conventional combat approaches dangerously inadequate for confronting opponent whose power exceeded established parameters. The structural damage that resulted from his transformation created immediate danger to everyone present in the chamber. Architectural collapse that threatened to bury crucial magical artifacts and their human protectors beneath tons of ancient stone, while also potentially releasing additional magical forces that had been contained within the repository's complex magical construction. The cascade of falling masonry and failing magical supports created tactical situation that demanded immediate response despite ongoing magical combat. Professor Fig's heroic intervention to prevent complete chamber collapse demonstrated both scholarly dedication and personal courage that characterized his approach to protecting magical knowledge and innocent lives throughout their BC investigation, sacrifice that placed mission success above personal safety, while also providing crucial time for continued resistance against enemy whose power seemed to grow with each passing moment. His efforts to maintain structural integrity created opportunity for continued combat, despite architectural failure that would otherwise have eliminated all tactical options. But the magical energy required for such massive structural manipulation clearly exceeded his normal capabilities, drawing upon reserves that would inevitably be exhausted through sustained effort, while also exposing him to additional dangers from enemy attack during moments when his attention was necessarily focused on preventing catastrophic collapse rather than personal defense. The choice between protecting others and protecting himself represented ultimate expression of values that had guided his entire career. The battle that ensued between transformed Ranrock and human opponents, armed with unprecedented magical capabilities, represented perhaps the most significant magical combat that had occurred since the original Keeper's confrontation with Isadora centuries earlier. Conflict that tested both individual abilities and magical theory under circumstances that exceeded anything documented in contemporary magical education or historical records of magical warfare. The special wand that had been crafted from collected artifacts proved essential for channeling magical forces adequate to confront enemy whose power exceeded normal parameters. Magical instrument that allowed focused application of ancient magical principles under controlled conditions, while also providing protection against magical backlash that would otherwise have proven fatal to anyone attempting to employ such forces through conventional magical focuses. The ancient magic that flowed through both combatants created resonance patterns that suggested fundamental connection between different magical traditions and historical periods, synthesis of knowledge that had been accumulated across centuries of magical research and practical application. The techniques employed during combat drew upon principles that predated contemporary magical civilization, while also incorporating innovations that pushed boundaries of established magical theory into territory that existed more in possibility than documented practice. The tactical approaches required for confronting magically enhanced opponent demanded constant adaptation and creative problem-solving that went far beyond anything covered in standard magical education. Practical application of magical principles under conditions that would have challenged master wizards at peak of their abilities. Each exchange of spells required split-second decision-making about magical techniques and strategic positioning that could easily prove fatal if judgment proved inadequate or execution failed to meet theoretical requirements. The duration of combat tested both magical stamina and psychological resilience under circumstances that demanded sustained maximum effort, while also maintaining tactical awareness and strategic thinking, despite physical exhaustion and emotional stress that would have overwhelmed less prepared individuals. The ability to continue fighting effectively, despite accumulating fatigue, demonstrated both individual dedication and comprehensive preparation that had been refined through months of increasingly dangerous encounters. The environmental factors that complicated combat included ongoing structural collapse, magical energy discharge from damaged containment systems, and atmospheric conditions that had been altered by massive magical forces operating within confined space. Tactical situation that required constant awareness of multiple threat sources, while also maintaining focus on primary opponent, whose capabilities exceeded anything they had previously encountered. The psychological pressure of fighting for survival of magical civilization itself added dimensions of stress that went beyond personal safety concerns into territory of historical responsibility. Understanding that defeat would result in consequences that extended far beyond immediate tactical situation to encompass fundamental changes in magical society that could persist for generations. The weight of such responsibility would have paralyzed less dedicated individuals, but seemed to enhance focus and determination despite obvious personal dangers. The turning point in combat came through application of magical techniques that drew upon every lesson learned during their investigation. synthesis of ancient magical principles with contemporary magical knowledge that created tactical advantages that Ranrock's enhanced capabilities could not entirely overcome, despite his systematic absorption of power that exceeded normal magical parameters. The successful integration of different magical traditions demonstrated both individual magical development and scholarly preparation that had been essential for confronting unprecedented challenges. The final magical strike that brought down transformed Ranrock required sustained application of magical force that pushed both practitioner and magical instrument to absolute limits of their capabilities. Channeling of ancient magical power under circumstances that would have destroyed conventional magical focuses, while also demanding psychological commitment that accepted potential self-destruction as acceptable price for mission success. The collapse of Ranrock's enhanced form back to normal goblin proportions revealed both successful elimination of immediate magical threat and tragic recognition that systematic exposure to corrupting magical influences had eliminated everything that might have made peaceful resolution possible. Transformation that had preserved intelligence while destroying capacity for moral reasoning or genuine human connection. His death represented both tactical victory and broader failure of magical society to address underlying conditions that had made such radicalization seem reasonable to individuals who had experienced systematic discrimination and injustice. The successful containment of released magical forces required coordinated effort between surviving combatants and magical artifacts that had been designed specifically for managing dangerous magical energies, practical application of keeper wisdom that had anticipated need for emergency procedures when normal containment systems failed under extreme circumstances. The techniques employed drew upon understanding of ancient magical principles that had been preserved through centuries of careful scholarship and practical experimentation. Professor Fig's final contribution to containment efforts demonstrated both scholarly expertise and personal heroism that exceeded any reasonable professional obligation, magical assistance that proved crucial for preventing catastrophic release of forces that could have endangered not just immediate participants, but broader magical society through contamination of natural magical cycles and disruption of protective systems that maintained stability throughout wizarding civilization. His injuries sustained during both combat and containment efforts revealed both physical costs of magical warfare and personal dedication that had driven him to accept risks that more cautious individuals would have rejected as unacceptably dangerous, sacrifice that placed mission success and innocent lives above personal safety, while also demonstrating values that had guided his entire career as educator and researcher. The final conversation between mentor and student took place amid ruins of chamber that had contained some of the most dangerous magical knowledge in existence, setting that provided appropriate context for discussion of achievements and costs that had characterized their investigation from its earliest stages. The presence of Miriam's wand, recovered from Ranrock's possession, added symbolic weight to moment that represented both ending and new beginning. Professor Fig's recognition that his beloved wife would have approved of their achievements provided emotional resolution to personal quest that had been motivated as much by love and loss as by scholarly curiosity or professional obligation. Understanding that her sacrifice had contributed to protection of magical knowledge and innocent lives through investigation that she had initiated but could not complete. The pride he expressed in his students' development transcended normal academic recognition to encompass genuine affection and respect for individual whose capabilities had exceeded anything that contemporary magical education typically produced. His final words about Miriam's certain approval carried weight of lifetime, spent in scholarly partnership with someone whose dedication to magical research had been matched by unwavering commitment to ethical principles and protection of innocent lives, validation that their current achievements represented continuation of values and priorities that had guided both their personal relationship and professional collaboration. The peaceful expression that settled over his face as life faded demonstrated both personal satisfaction with mission accomplished and spiritual reunion with beloved partner whose death had motivated every difficult choice and dangerous risk throughout their investigation, ending that provided appropriate closure to story that had begun with love and loss and concluded with sacrifice and heroic achievement. His death in service of protecting magical civilization represented ultimate expression of educators' commitment to student welfare and scholars' dedication to preserving knowledge that could benefit future generations, sacrifice that placed abstract principles above personal survival, while also demonstrating practical application of values that he had taught throughout distinguished career. The loss of such dedicated mentor created both personal tragedy and professional setback that would influence magical education for generations to come. The weight of responsibility that settled upon surviving participant reflected both successful completion of investigation that had saved magical civilization from unprecedented threat and recognition that such achievements came with obligations that would influence every subsequent choice about appropriate use of magical abilities and moral principles. The burden of being sole witness to events that had reshaped fundamental nature of magical society created psychological pressure that would require careful management, despite obvious satisfaction with mission success. The magical knowledge and practical experience gained through investigation represented educational achievement that exceeded anything available through conventional academic channels. Comprehensive understanding of magical principles and historical forces that had been acquired through direct engagement with dangers that most magical practitioners would never encounter. The wisdom gained through such extreme circumstances created both capabilities and responsibilities that would influence entire future career, regardless of immediate choices about professional direction. The ancient magic that continued to flow through enhanced perception created ongoing connection to forces that operated according to principles that contemporary magical theory could barely acknowledge, abilities that would require careful development and responsible application to ensure that hard-won wisdom was used for protection rather than exploitation of others. The precedent set by Isidora's tragic corruption provided constant reminder of dangers inherent in possessing power that exceeded normal magical parameters. The successful preservation of dangerous magical knowledge in secure containment represented victory for principles that prioritized long-term stability over immediate tactical advantages. Philosophical commitment that had been tested through circumstances that would have broken less dedicated individuals, but had emerged strengthened through practical application under extreme pressure. The choice to maintain rather than exploit such power demonstrated character development that exceeded anything normal magical education could have provided. As consciousness began to fade under exhaustion that followed sustained magical combat and emotional trauma of losing beloved mentor, the understanding remained clear that their investigation had achieved every objective that had been established at its beginning, while also creating foundation for continued protection of magical civilization against threats that would inevitably emerge in future generations. The legacy of sacrifice and heroic achievement would inspire others to accept similar responsibilities when circumstances demanded such dedication. The peaceful sleep that finally claimed the last conscious participant in events that had reshaped magical history carried dreams of mentors' approval and beloved's pride, understanding that love and loss had been transformed through sacrifice and dedication into protection and hope for future generations who would inherit magical world that remained safe because some individuals had been willing to pay ultimate price for preservation of principles that made such safety possible and worthwhile. The days that followed the final confrontation beneath Hogwarts Castle passed in a dreamlike haze of grief and recovery, as the wizarding world struggled to comprehend events that had reshaped the fundamental nature of magical civilization, while those who had witnessed such transformations found themselves forever changed by experiences that exceeded anything normal magical education could have provided or prepared them to endure. The memorial feast held in the Great Hall to honor Professor Fig's ultimate sacrifice brought together students and faculty in shared recognition of loss that transcended normal academic mourning, gathering that celebrated life dedicated to protecting magical knowledge and innocent lives through methods that had required everything he possessed in terms of scholarly wisdom and personal courage. Headmaster Phineas Nigellus Black's attempt to provide appropriate tribute revealed both his limitations as educational leader and genuine recognition that extraordinary circumstances had produced heroism that exceeded his ability to acknowledge adequately. Professor Weasley's intervention to provide proper remembrance demonstrated institutional values that prioritized substance over ceremony. Heartfelt recognition of colleague whose dedication had saved magical civilization through sacrifice that would inspire future generations of educators and students to accept similar responsibilities when circumstances demanded such commitment. Her words carried weight of genuine grief, tempered by pride in achievements that would influence magical education for centuries to come. As the academic year drew to its peaceful close, and students prepared for summer holidays that would carry them back to families and communities throughout magical Britain, the understanding remained that some journeys changed those who undertook them in ways that could never be undone, while some knowledge created responsibilities that would influence every subsequent choice about power, wisdom, and the courage required to protect others. When darkness gathered at civilization's edge, rest now, gentle dreamer, knowing that in the magical world of Hogwarts legacy, courage and sacrifice have preserved the light for future generations who will inherit peace because heroes chose duty over safety, wisdom over power, and love over vengeance in humanity's darkest hour.